burned.
You've been burned.
Burninated?
Burn, baby, burn.
Oh, it's about to be burned.
Oh, gosh. We're off to a great start already.
Burninating. Okay. Why is
All right. We should be live, and Mike should be hot.
There we go.
I know, I keep refreshing. Dink, refresh, dink. Oh,
It is still Lord.
Oh, why is it still hosting? Stop.
yes.
Hosting, Lord.
Oh, there it goes. Oh,
There we go.
There's normally a delay. Yeah, it should just take a second.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There.
Oh, boy.
6 minutes.
Yay.
Oh, boy.
And don't be surprised, we should get a raid in from Jay, which will probably pop our numbers up really early on, which is why we do want to kind of give a good intro. I'll probably do sponsors again for a couple of minutes just to make sure we give time. But Jay's really good about timing, so I'm sure he'll be raiding us in the first few minutes.
Awakening. Session 15.
I'm doing some of the worst quick notes that I feel like somehow like Evie is just getting somehow sick little by little. Like she'll just feel the disturbance in the force.
No, I think it's going to be glorious.
There's a disturbance in the force.
What did we do after that?
After what?
Like my brain has completely gone gray now that I'm freaking out.
Oh, this would be great.
We get back from the Holly experience.
Yep. And we hung out in the tavern.
Yeah.
And then
And
we
dance.
met Galen for the first time
Yeah.
at that point. And
Right, mage. Right.
Yep.
Right. There we go.
and I got the note, the bolt in the
Yep.
window.
So, like, let we can make this a community effort, but just let Josh take the lead. And again, Josh, you can even
So
put the
bad.
timer up on the screen.
Josh.
Oh, I'm just watching
Hey.
Josh the whole
Oh
time.
gosh, Kiega is just absolutely.
Evelyn's hair color.
Everybody wants to embarrass me with how
that you
quickly.
showed.
I know.
You noticed her
Like
hair
we have remote people logging on and seeing it faster than I saw it. I'm
You
terrible.
literally had it on for like 2 seconds. And
I
then you, like, took
know.
it down. And then right away, the first comment is, "Ooh."
I like literally. So like I only had that up for a second. I had the wrong screen up. She must have picked that up in a half a second because I switched back to the starting screen. Like you're embarrassing me, Kiegia. That's just not right.
Well
you
done,
know,
Gay.
Good job. Good job, Kenya.
Yeah, Pat,
it's
you
very
missed
brief,
it.
but
We'll
it
be
was
back
On
though.
for like a
Soon.
solid second. Yeah.
A full second.
Yeah, Pat, it was super quick. It was not supposed to happen, but no, it's fine. Hey, Mystical
Hi,
Unicorn
Mystical.
Painting.
Mystical.
All right, I'm going to kick off our Greyhawk pre-roll here. Everybody that's watched for any length of time, let's do a couple of our sponsors first, and then I'm going to kick off that Greyhawk pre-roll. So let me stop my beautiful Adrian von Ziegler Celtic music because he's amazing and also licensing free. And let's start off with our original sponsor. Let's go to our newest sponsor actually first. Cozy Gamer. We've given away several sets of the dice. They are awesome. She is awesome. And really beautiful dice. A set just went out a couple of days ago. I'm going to tell Pat, let us know. Hello, good to see you, Robert. Phantom. Man, Phantom, you were so good in our Friday stream. As a player, you were awesome.
I just want to point out I gave you some advantages. I'm just pointing that out. You know?
Yeah, to say your skin.
That's the advantages.
I like it. No, hey, a little bit of shameless pandering to the viewers. I was actually encouraged by that because I'm sensitive to that. I don't do a lot of that here, but I watched Jay's stream some yesterday, and his players were just openly, asking viewers for help, and I don't. So I no longer feel too sensitive about it. All right, our original spot. So we go from our oldest to our newest sponsor, Dragon Crafting Guild. more not 20s except not really. Hey, 888, so good to see you. And now let's go ahead and kick off our Greyhawk Awakening theme video. The animated map of the incredible, irreplaceable, irrepressible, unmistakable Anna B. Meyer. Hey, thank you for the raid, Jay!
All praise Winston.
Yes, level help. All day long.
I don't know if you noticed my post yesterday, but Winston and the other heroes was the focus. Winston was the only one named in the focus.
I'm hoping for another
Winston
pain
et
vote
al.
today.
Did you read my
Exactly. Welcome to Blue Box Virtual GreyhawkCon. If you're watching now, you're seeing the amazing animated map of Anna B. Meyer, customized for the Greyhawk Awakening campaign. Thank you, Antiquus2004, for the follow. Thank you, Jay, Lord Gazumba, patron of this channel, and really helped us get all this started. We're so thankful, and man, she is a legend, no doubt. This is Anna's map, Bromium. It's an animated version of her map with customized elements specific to the Greyhawk Awakening campaign.
Hey, there's Corwood. I like that place.
Oh, Robert! Thank you, Phantom! 10 gift subs from Phantom.
Thanks, Random, for giving the sub.
If you're listening to the audio and video overlays, they have meaning for our campaign. I've mentioned that several times, but it is definitely something that could unfold depending on the decisions the players make. Yes, we love that grape ape.
That would be great.
We do need Winston running across the plains. That may happen very soon.
With a bloody pain boat following him.
Exactly.
Lilith riding Winston across with the pain bow.
Welcome to Greyhawk Awakening. And we're going to kick over to our live stream. Okay, everybody, stop yawning. They can see you. So thank you to everybody. Thank you again, Robert Phantom, for the sub. Thank you to Jay, Lord Gazumba, who is, of course, not just the patron of our channel, but also the organizer, purveyor, architect, and all-around supporter of the entire virtual GreyhawkCon session that has been rocking the D&D world over this weekend. The map that you just saw was, of course, the map of Anna B. Meyer, which I have replicated. I've got sitting up in 48-inch glory on my wall. That was an animated version of it, and you are watching the Greyhawk Awakening crew today. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the stream, many of the things which are similar to the con. Thank you for the cheer, Antiquus. All right, so anytime you cheer, we're running 3.5E here. So basically, it's some sort of 3E, 3.5E. We got some 1E and 2E elements that we run with in this game. We have one 5E element. We have 0.4E. We have one 5E element, which is advantage. So when you cheer 100, similar to Jay's hero points, you can give a player advantage. Thank you very much for the follow. So whenever you give 100 bits, go ahead and tell us which of the players or the DM you wish to give the advantage to, and that is how we roll here. Now, the last thing that is a custom house rule, well, there's a few more, but I won't get, is we do use custom crit tables here. I used to use these old Middle-earth crit tables from Iron Crown Enterprises. These guys have seen a lot of use. I am now using the custom crit tables of the ever-mysterious Tim. Yes, the same, of Lord Gasumba's channel. And I now have pages and pages of methods with which, thank you, Steve, for Winston, ways to kill players, or monsters too. These work for both sides. And we are appreciative of all of you being with us. A couple things real quickly. Green Poppy, thank you, sir. A couple other sponsors we need to recognize. Frederica Draws. So when you're looking at the artwork on our page, you see all the character art, including the glorious Winston. This was all done by Frederica Draws. You can find her on Instagram. Her cred should be dropped in the chat. She is an amazing artist. We already went through Cozy Gamer, Dragon Crafting Guild. We have a new sponsor, Mantic Games, makers of Terrain Crate. And you're going to see Mantic Games Terrain Crate coming very soon. And let's just see here. Phantom just gave to all to the DM, right?
It was to the players.
To the players, no, horrible, Rob. All right, so each of you mark down a new advantage. You're going to need them.
For everyone?
Yeah, each of you got one. Each of you got one.
Okay.
And then last but not least, Atris Minis. The makers, painters of some of our great minis. Let me pull up one of Atris Minis here and show you. Here is one. This was... Look at this work. His stuff is so detailed, like every nuance of these minis. Atris Minis, his stuff is amazing. Thank you, Theater Evie. That was all for the DM, right?
No, I'm not giving it to anybody because I'm a player, and that would be fair.
Okay, so we do have, let everybody know, if you're new to the channel, we do use minis. So you're going to have mini and terrain play. You can see some of it behind me here, but that's going to come a little bit later in the session, and we're going to jump right into the content of what has happened in this campaign so far, because that's one of the critical differences. This is not a one-shot. This is a one-shot within a persistent campaign. So if you like what you see here today with Greyhawk Awakening, you can follow us every week, and we play every week. We've got a Discord channel. We're linked up with Jay's campaign. We share the same era. We're in the same year. There's content that goes back and forth between our sessions. But today, we're going to try to keep this more contained to a typical con adventure, but really know this is part of a larger campaign effort. Thank you for the sub, Raciantes 19. All right, quickly. Let's talk about what has happened through the entirety of this game, Josh. We're in session 15, so we've got something like, thank you, Rhoda, 45 hours of gaming, maybe 50 hours of gaming. I need you to compress that into 3 minutes. Josh, go.
Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, sorry. 3 minutes right now. Okay, the group comes together, all very different, but grouped together by coin and glory. We meet and go with each other to attack some bandits that we've been told about. The bandits put up a fight. They consist of goblins and orcs. We plan to go into a crypt protected by these bandits in the back. Brim doesn't really want to and says this is a bad idea, but Lilith and Millie and Holly are like, maybe we should. And Brim's like, no, we shouldn't, guys. And he's like, well, let's set up a code word for Panther, because Panther means danger. And so Panther is now the code word for danger. Holly betrays us for a crystal skull and saying, I don't understand what the Red Lords were worried about. You are no problem. As she then bamps out of nowhere as we are left now with Skelly Boys. As Brim falls unconscious, and I think Uthar as well, it goes crazy bad. But because of Ashran, our booties are saved in more ways than one. Holly dips. Mage and Rogue send a bolt to Millie as we get back to town from all of this kerfuffle, and a bolt goes into the window, and she's like, yeah, sure, I'll meet with these people. She goes outside and meets with them, as then she is ambushed, and she's like, no, and she runs back into her room and like, guys, boys, help me out, and everyone rushes out. Brim's like, no, I'm gonna put on my armor. He comes out, we all fight. The wizard leaves, but we capture the rogue. The rogue is kinkily tied up in Uthar's bed, as then the next morning we try and interrogate him. As Uthar runs out because he swears he hears a scream from Rogue, he comes back, the rogue is dead. But then everyone's gone. We then continue. Come on, what is your name? Lilith gets a quest from Jaru, the druid in the grove, and so we all go to help kill these venomous spiders. Brim does absolutely nothing for the party. The party kills these spiders, and everyone goes out. Brim is sad, and it's fine. Drew's companion, Bramble.
Tambor.
And it's sad.
His name was Tambor. He's the bear.
Close enough.
Tambor.
Close enough. Thank you, Moose227. Thank you, everybody, but especially for those that gave 500 to the DM. I'm loaded with advantages. Let's go. Sorry, go back to you, Brim.
You're fine. Uthar is a bit of a running happy paladin that continues to get himself in the middle of trouble. The rogue is caught and tied. We already did that. We find out about the old moat house where a group of these disciples or fighters for the Red Lords are. We head there to cause some craziness. Gimble is a dope guards killing homie. Gimble becomes the gnome father. We find Tisa and her mother Kristen in the basement of the moat house. We fight a buff, nasty-looking orc and some poopy wizard. The wizard throws a snake and gets the wacky doodle out of dodge. We save Kristen and Tisa. Tisa is scarred and just isn't the same, as both her and her mother have been through quite a lot in the basement of the moat house. We find out about the entity known as the Paling. On the way back, we find Federum, who then changes into the Paling. We're like, whoa, that wasn't Federum at all. And then we meet another group of fancy fighters. We get back to town and we hear about another whole thing going on. So we're like, oh, let's head out to where these orcs and other such people are in this large orc fortress where we guess the Red Lords are. We then find out that the orcs have a red dragon, and then we go to the gnomes because the gnomes can help us because Gimble died. And we go there and Gimble's dead, and we're able to resurrect Gimble with random stuffs as well as an arrow and a stick, and that's out of time. But we get to that tower, or we get to the orc encampment, and we fight, explosions, fire, death, 2 dead gnomes, and we're here as Dragon and Big Boy flew off.
All right, Brim, real quick. So you've gotten 2 cheers from Antiquitas in 2004. So you have 2 advantages, and the last one was to give you oxygen. And thank you for the hype train. We've had a hype train before, once, maybe twice. Have we had level 2 before?
We've gotten to 3 before.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much, everybody, helping us get to Hype Train level 2. That's fantastic. Yeah. All right. So, Brim, give us where we left off last time with that same extraordinary brevity.
We left off last time as we had defeated this large, nasty-looking, giant ogre-looking fellow as the dragon and the orc chief have flown off, and the wizard was slaughtered by the amazing Millie. And now we are chilling in the moat house before heading to the gnomes.
Close. Yeah, so the wizard, that same wizard that has plagued you, thank you so much, Lord Gasumba J. That means a lot to us, all of you. So you were in the moat house. You moved back through Hamlet, you found the gnome hold, you assaulted the fort. This is the same mage that has plagued you, somehow associated with Halia. You found that in one of his early documents, and you destroyed them. So quickly, we're going to go through what you found in that fort. We're going to talk about a couple of brief things with the gnome hold, and we're going to get right into the gameplay today.
Thank you, Canadian Ancient Gamer.
Yes, Canadian Ancient Gamer, thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Holy smokes. Level 3 hype train, amazing. All right, so
The Brim, hold crap.
In the fort, you rifled through all the possessions of the orcs, the handful of humans. You found many, many weapons. So anything that you want that is, holy smokes, anything that you want that is barely, sort of common stuff, daggers, arrows, bows, simple chainmail armor, shields. Thank you for the follow. Fleischemblemetor. You found any of that you can have. So if you want to grab rope, tarping, basic rations, all of those things are available.
I tend to grab a couple of small daggers.
You can grab, so you don't even need to ask me. If it's any common inventory, you raided this entire fort, there's plenty of common inventory. What I'm going to give you now are the special inventory items that you found, which include, you found 296 pieces of gold scattered, including over 100 of them in a tent that you clearly knew was being used by the orcish warlord Gajol. And I'll tell you what else you found in there in a moment. So 296 in gold, 1,012 pieces of silver. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Winged Horizon, for the follow. You found 1,012 pieces of silver, 296 pieces of gold. You found 4,554 pieces of copper. In massive sacks that probably only Brim could carry.
I'll stick that all in the party funds.
Rory, Gimble found a staff on that mage that was slain. the staff, you had time to study it, and of course we would normally role play this out, but for the sake of the con, we're going to move this very quickly. This staff had a strange darkened shaft, and as you examined it, you know that it is a staff of darkness, which allows you, anyone that carries it, to both have ultra vision in darkness, but also can cast darkness once per day at a 60-foot radius. Now, the only challenge is it is 6 feet tall, so it's ridiculously long for Gimbal, but you can do with that what you will. Also, you found on the mage, he had 2 scrolls of communal resist fire. So this is fire resistance or energy resistance, but can be used for multiple people. That 10-minute duration that it normally carries gets divided by the number of people that you give it to. So normally if you use it for yourself, it's 10 minutes. If you give it to 10 people, each of them have 1 minute. That's right. You also found a scroll of hypnotic pattern.
So there was 2 scrolls of the fire resistance?
That's correct.
And one scroll
of hypnotic pattern. You also found a locket. He was wearing a necklace. On this necklace, there was a symbol which is familiar to many of you, and I'll bring it up on the screen here for you and for our viewers. A pair of silver chains with a bolt of lightning and a hand with a dagger beneath it. He carried this necklace just underneath his robes. As you were searching through, Millie, you spent a lot of time rifling through the items in the tent that you knew belonged to Gajol, where you found...
And I did cut the section of robes from the maid.
Right, you got the section of robes, that's right. And then you found also 2 interesting necklaces.
Okay.
One you found it was a orange gem at the end of the necklace. Again, because we're fast forwarding in the way we would normally play this, Gimbal was able to identify this as an amulet of natural armor. Thank you, Pat66. Thank you.
That was the one with the orange gem.
Thanks for the follow, Winged Horizon. Yes, orange gem is an amulet of natural armor plus 1. You also pulled out a locket, and you pulled the locket out just as Shorewin had walked in. Shorewin, you were looking over Millie's shoulder. You recognize this locket? This locket belonged to your sister. This was the locket of Githa. It has your family crest in it, and it was in a chest inside Gajol's tent.
And I would have given that to him, of course.
All right. Then, thank you, everybody. Then, quickly with the gimbal, when you guys got back to the gnome hold, you laid the bodies of the slain gnomes to rest. All of you spent time resting. Everyone was healed, as I noted, so everybody's back to full hit points. We're going to roll for hit points because 3 of you leveled up, and we're going to get right into the game. But Gimbal, you also received a ring given to you by Tyra's mother. And it's something that she said she would have wanted you to have. It's a simple silver ring with gemstones of blue layered across the top of it, and this was gifted to you as you left the gnome hold. All right.
Just 2 questions, John.
Go ahead.
One would be, this ring, it's just a mundane ring, right? It's just a nice kind of symbolic ring?
Correct. But at least as you can tell for now.
Okay, perfect. The only other question is if there was any potential chance that Gimbal could find any kind of tracing of the dragon, whether it be a scale or some kind of something on the ground.
All right, so you found no scales, but you found plenty of marks, scratches, flamed areas in the walls, but no
Nothing
scales.
left behind?
No actual pieces of the dragon left behind. No.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Wiley. All right, so now let's go quickly to the hit points for the 3 players that leveled up, and we will begin the meat of today's session. So first of all, we have Brim. Brim, you leveled up, and so if you're a fan and you're watching right now, on the bottom right-hand screen, you see the character sheets that are scrolling through here. They are going to still apply for 2 of the players, but 2 of them will have leveled up, and the hit points and the levels will not have been updated just yet. Thank you, Antiquus. Lilith, outstanding. You get an advantage. All right, Brim, roll for hit points. You know the drill, my friend.
Oh. And that is 8.
8. All right.
Plus
So
4.
and then add your con bonus. Thank you, Mikey. And what is your total now?
So that'll be 55.
55 hit points for Brim, who is now what level?
Level 4.
Level 4. He's a level 4 half ogre. So Brim, tell everybody about Brim quickly.
Brim is a level 4 half ogre fighter. He stands at 7.5 feet tall, still growing. He loves milk, loves pastries, and he's probably the softest, kindest, but very easily rounds up ogres you'll meet. He likes protecting those around him, and is here for you if you need a hand.
Well done, sir. All right, Millie, you leveled up. Go ahead and roll for us.
Alright, here goes. So that's a 1, so I reroll because I have
Right.
a 1 constitution.
You get to re-roll on that. Hello, Mikey B. Sit Frogs it.
10!
A 10. Okay. Outstanding. So your new hit point level, or hit point amount is what?
Hold on 1 second, let me get it put in.
By the way, again, for our viewers, there is mini play here. There is terrain play here. We're running essentially a 3.5E campaign, but we've got a lot of 1E, 2E elements.
I now have 40 hit points.
Whoa, very nice for Millie. All right, Shorewind did not level up. Gimbal!
Do you not want me to do my character introduction, dear?
Oh, duh. Yes, please do.
Hello! I am Mary Billy Von Tomth. I am a level 4 half-elven swashbuckler. And I am, let's see, what does everyone know about me so far? I like gold and other shiny things. I like whiskey. My best friend's Lilith. And I tried to make sure she has all of the shiny things that she possibly could want. Let's see, everybody knows that I have a very checkered history with my father, who tried to kill me, and I am out for vengeance against that. And I have a younger sister, who is a cleric, and I have a grandmother who is still living, and that's all anybody else really knows so far.
Outstanding. Very good. Thank you. Gimbal, roll for your hit points, please, sir. Yes, 2 strands of the same braid, Steve.
That's a 6.
A 6. All right, so your new hit point total now, Gimbal, is? Remember to add your
So
con
that's,
bonus?
Plus 10 because it's a plus 4 for the feet, so that would be 29.
But you got toughness plus your... All right, so you have 29 hit points?
Yep.
All right, 29 hit points. All right, tell us about Gimbal, quickly.
Okay, well, Gimbal is like a 3'1" gnome wizard illusionist. So he likes to entertain crowds. He created these new bonds with all these amazing other adventurers, and he did die once, but he came back. No worries, except he's slightly different. He's had a few friends die recently, so here. They were part of the Guardians. He was part of the Guardians, and he likes to collect items or symbols, and oftentimes will climb up the back of Brim. Oh, and he also did climb up an orc and shove a very large barrel that expanded in an orc's mouth once.
Perfect. Yeah, and a little bit surprising when that happened. Blew him into bits as well. And don't think that death was no problem. So here on Blue Box, resurrection is super rare, very costly, and Gimbal was in unique circumstances close to the gnome hold where he grew up. And the ceremony cost him dearly, but it was a lot of fun. All right, lastly, Lilith, just give us a quick update on your character. No level up, obviously, but go ahead. You're muted. No worries.
Lilith is a level 3 Greyhawk wild elf druid. She comes from deep in the Vespes forest. She's left her clan and has found a new clan right here, the Wayward Bolt. She likes collecting mysterious oddities. She has no idea what personal space is. And she absolutely is in love with Winston, the Cavalier steed, and she wants to win over their hearts. I think that is it. Yeah.
Perfectly done. Perfectly done. And then, last but not least, Shorewin. And please introduce Winston as well.
Of course. I am Shorewin Tessel of Corewood, a cavalier of the 3rd level, with my trusty steed Winston, braided hair and pain bow for days. Those that have been keeping track know that I have a half-orc sister, and my parents perished to the orcs, and as such, I am currently attempting to find my sister and avenge my parents' deaths.
Well done, sir. All right. So everybody's leveled up. Hit points. Sorry, Josh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, this is the last thing. We talked about, because we're moving on from the fort, any armor that could be taken that Brim could haphazardly or put together to wear.
Yeah, I thought you might ask that, and unfortunately the answer is no. Again, there is nothing in that fort that approaches your girth, your width, your monstrous stature. So you can pull components off, chainmail and bits of armor, that they would still have to be, foundried and fashioned and smithied to an incredible level. So unfortunately, no.
We could bring a lot of the stuff back to Brother Smith.
Yeah, we could.
You could, and if you guys want to drag some of that back, you certainly can. All right, so without further ado, let me tell you what happens. So you make the journey back to Hamlet. As you return to Hamlet, and again for our viewers, we're now 40 years past 576 when the initial Hamlet. So we're in the early 2nd decade of the 6th century. In the Common Era. And as you return to Hamlet, you do in fact receive a welcome. You are becoming more and more renowned within the town of Hamlet. You receive exactly what was promised to you by Commander Gareth, which was...
Lots of gold.
Anyone remember the number?
I don't remember the number. I'd have to look at my notes.
150 just for information.
Yeah, it was 1,000 gold in total for the group if you actually destroyed the fort. So mark that down. In addition, he showed up, he met you in the fort. Again, for our viewers, we would normally role play this, but we're just rushing through this setup. So you received 1,000 pieces of gold from Commander Gareth.
A piece.
What's that? Yeah, exactly.
200 apiece.
Ostler Gundigut, wizened and aged as he is now, was overjoyed to see you. Welcomed you, again extended interminable stays and drink and food and whatever it is that you would like, and expressed a candid level of surprise that you had returned alive. It was just a few days after all of this that you received a summons. You received a summons to the tower at the edge of the city. You know this to be the tower of the legendary Rufus and Burne. But you were told by Commander Gareth you were summoned by Burne alone.
You mean Galen?
Galen. Summoned by Burne alone. So as we begin today's roleplay, you are now sitting, for the first time you have traveled to the edge of Hamlet. You've ascended the first level of the tower. You sit in an opulent room with marble floors, accoutrement of the finest materials, torches set in golden sconces, casting reflections of warm light across the walls. Tapestries adorn the walls. Trophies of all manner all around you. A giant pearlescent rug glimmers on the floor. A staunchy servant has left you sitting here on a pair of couches, telling you you will shortly be summoned to see Master Burne. So we're going to begin there. I'm going to pause. I'm going to let you players breathe, and you can talk about or roleplay anything that I've just told you. You are now sitting in this antechamber in the tower of Rufus and Burne.
Question to you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Burns was one of them was a wizard, correct?
Burne was the wizard. Everyone would know that, yes.
Well, not everybody. Shorewin doesn't know any of that. I mean, other than obviously I'm with you guys.
Yeah, Shorewin. So you would know actually. I don't know. Correct. Just so this actually is not lore specific to the campaign.
Okay.
This is broader lore to this region. You would know this name.
Then
yes.
I would. Okay.
Yep.
That was my next question. So.
I just had one question about what happened when we were speaking to Osler. Millie would have asked if her letter had gotten sent to her sister successfully or not.
He told you that it had, but he had not received any sort of response as of yet.
I mean, and she would understand that it would take a while, so.
Yes. All right, so you're sitting, you've passed through the town of Hamlet, and you're now sitting in the antechamber of the tower of Burne and his companion Rufus. Although you were summoned specifically by Burne, you are left alone. You hear the distant tinkling of bells, and there's a cool air that seems to be recirculating through the room. But other than that, there are no sounds, and we start the role play there.
Lilith will walk up to the rug and kind of squat and kind of tilt her head very curiously at it, and kind of pick up the corner and just kind of look at it.
All right, so Lilith, as you reach over to the corner of the rug pulls back of its own accord.
She'll kind of look over her shoulder and to see if anybody else saw what she just saw.
Did I notice that?
yeah, I saw. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, I don't like it.
And she'll kind of almost walk on her hands kind of closer towards it and try to pick it up again.
All right, you get closer. This time, it actually pulls up and it slaps the top of your hand.
Have you guys seen a rug like this before?
No.
No, but I think you should probably be careful. It doesn't seem to be very friendly. I can't believe I'm saying that about a rug.
So as you're doing this, there was actually, you'd noticed, just kind of in a cursory glance, there are several heads mounted in the room, trophies of different animals. There was a large head of a gorilla sitting on one wall. As she reaches out to it, you see it suddenly animates, the mouth opens. "Do not touch the rug," in perfect eloquence.
Lilith will stay on the ground. She'll still look at it curiously, this time not touching it though, but still trying to figure it out from a distance.
If you ever wondered why I don't like magic, all of this is why it's weird.
And you said there's several animal heads around the
animal
room.
heads,
So
various shields, swords, trophies of clear adventuring sorts of things all around walls. These walls go up almost 30 feet in the tower. The granite is clean, the floor is polished, the rug gleams.
So Shorewin's gonna begin just kind of going around looking at just kind of admiring the items that are on these walls, as I'm assuming they look as if they were taken from adventures of some sort.
Yeah, it appears pretty evident that these are trophies gleaned by the denizens of this tower.
It seems that those that have called us here have had quite the adventures in their times. I'm curious as why we've been called here.
Well, I do know that when we last spoke to Galen before we went to the fort in the hills, that they had been interested in speaking to us even then, so apparently we are doing something of note.
Yeah, and so I'll help the party because it's been a few weeks since that session. You even recall Commander Galen had promised you that success in the fort might include the boon of an audience with Rufus and or Burne.
And remind me again, John, I'm sorry, was it Rufus or Burne who called us here?
Burne.
Okay, so the wizard. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yep.
Thank you.
You see this, with the talking gorilla and this rug, you see this grin come across Gimble's face. Brim, And he'll crawl up his back and sit on his shoulder and whisper in his ear. Will you walk onto the rug for me?
Gimble, I'll do many things for you.
How big is the chair that Brim is sitting in? Like,
Yeah. So actually, these couches. There's 3 couches that 2 on one wall, 1 on the other. They're quite large. They consume Gimble like a thimble. Ooh, I got rhymes. He just kind of falls back into it. But no, it's ample seating for you. They're wide. They're deep.
Cool. Even though it's a very large couch, Gimble, you can see he is like making himself smaller. He's like looking around.
Gimble, do you have any idea how many lifetimes it would take for us to repay half the things in here?
I'll give you some of those like fudge brownie thingies from bedrooms.
I thought it took another week for him to get those in.
Hey,
Lilith will turn her head in attention at the note of fudge brownies. Like, what did you want, Gimble?
what if I could give it to you now, Brim?
But Ash, what's the catch?
That you step onto the rug.
Look back at the gorilla head.
It's now utterly still, motionless, inanimate. Like you question whether or not you even saw and heard what you think you saw.
I'll go with you on your shoulder.
So Shorewind's been listening to this, and he just kind of peeks over his shoulder. Do we really think that's the best idea right now?
It's a rug on the floor. Yes.
Lilith is sitting like with her feet folded under her, like right by the rug, and she looks over her corner and she's like, "I'll do it."
Okay.
Do you have the brownies or no?
I can ensure that you believe that you ate a brownie.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. You talk about the most gullible PC ever.
I'm gonna try and bake it so like if Lilith goes to step on, I just kind of like lift her up and be like,
Let's just hold a moment.
Gimble, your feet are, Lilith, your feet are kind of dangling in the air as Brim is gently but firmly holding you as you walk toward the rug.
Gimbal will start to crawl out like on a line onto his arm to lay it down.
Gimble, no.
What manner of insanity is this? You see a prim, stiffened man with white skin, skinny, narrow white robes, bony finger extended as he looks at you, trembling. Your guests in the house of Master Burne. What do you do?
It's the rug.
I instinctually freak out and let her go, so she steps onto the rug. And I'm like, I pull back and like kind of make myself small again.
I'm sorry. Oh no.
All right, as you drop Lilith onto the rug, you see a couple things happen simultaneously. Lilith hits the rug. Lilith, as you strike the rug, it feels like falling on a cushion of air. It is the softest thing you have ever hit. Brim, as you still stand, Gimble, you also dangling from his arm, looking at this, you see the opposite end of the rug suddenly lifts. As it lifts, it then undulates and suddenly flings at the opposite side Lilith up into the air. As it moves through, Lilith, you fly aloft. You see her, she's cast, I mentioned these are 20-foot tall ceilings. She is flailing, feet dangling, arms waving high in the air.
I look at Millie and I say, I do believe I said this was a bad idea, correct?
Yes, but you have to understand, Gimbal likes to play pranks, and well...
Indeed.
Can Gimbal swing off of Brim's arm and land onto the rug?
Sure he can. All right, so Gimbal, you slide, you fall onto the rug. Brim, what are you doing?
Can I try and catch him? Like, no.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Roll d20 for me. Roll to hit. Gimbal tries to drop off. You're going to try to catch him. You know, I did not expect this as an encounter, but I never know what this party's going to do. So
that's a 7 plus. What would I be doing to hit?
and it's a roll. It's a total like to hit. Just your strength bonus. In fact, we wouldn't even use your strength bonus here. So it just. No, sorry. So you reach out. Gimbal had flung himself off. He's too quick for you. He lands. All right, Lilith. Apparently no one was interested in catching you. You strike the ground.
Thanks, guys.
You were a good 20 plus
floating.
feet in the air.
Nope, she was launched.
Oh, I thought it like sent her up and she was just kind of like hovering up there.
Oh, no. So that's why her arms were flailing.
I'm sorry, screw Gimbal. I'm gonna go for her. Like,
Okay. Does she stick the landing? Okay, so I don't normally allow this. You know, I want you guys got to pay attention to my descriptions. I never said she was floating gently aloft. I said she was flung into the air. I gave you the motion. I told you, but I'm going to let you do this.
The ceilings were 20 feet high.
Yeah, I did. I told you all of that. So, but I would think in reality, Brim would have probably, well, I don't know, but you love Gimbal. No, sorry, you love Gimbal. You rush to grab Gimbal. Lilith, Vivi Lilith strikes the floor. You take 6 points of damage from this drop from over 20 feet high. You thunk onto hard marble floors.
Can I roll for acrobatics?
No, there's nothing you can do when you're flailing in the air. You had no opportunity to set your feet. You had no launch. This is just 20 feet into the air and boom, down onto hard marble where no one decided to catch you.
All right. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because Millie was just kind of like sitting back in her chair with her arms crossed, watching this whole thing like happen. She'll get up immediately when Lilith hits the floor and go help her up. Be like, "Tia, do be careful."
When
Go
when
ahead.
Brimble lands on the carpet, he'll just try to sit down and lay down and just pet the carpet and just. That's okay.
Well, Gimbal,
That's okay.
I haven't gotten to you yet. So as you land on the carpet, you feel the carpet, yes, it was soft. Now you feel it stiffen and it's trembling. And you see the ends start rolling inward.
That's okay.
All right. There is no such thing as carpet handling, my friend. Go ahead. Roll a d20 for me. Remind me of your charisma bonus.
It don't matter.
you could use your spot clean check.
The story is fraying, Pat 66. That's exactly right. What's that?
I said I thought about rolling with advantage too late. My charisma is a +1 and I rolled a 4.
All right. Brim, you reach for Gimbal. You're distracted as you hear the thunk of Lilith to the side. She kind of lets out. Next thing you know, you hear the carpet rolls up and Gimbal is now trapped inside the carpet, not moving.
He stands there like the pestered parent, and
Gimbal, can you breathe?
You cannot breathe. You cannot talk. Step aside, you fools! The servant that had come walking in, he walks over, he reaches out, he taps the carpet. The carpet unrolls. Gimbal, you get a breathing, gasping. Lilith now pulled off the hard marble floor. The servant soothes the carpet, grabs Gimbal by the scruff, not violently, but with a sort of stern, almost schoolmarmish mannerism, drags him off the carpet, plops him right in front of Brim. Follow me! And he walks off and heads up some stairs.
I
start to follow.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow.
Kimbo will quite literally follow him.
All right.
Lilith will kind of get up and dust herself off, and then she'll kind of rush up to Gimbal and like kind of lean down. She'll be like, "About that brownie."
Or and he'll pull out his water skin and cast prestidigitation on it, so it tastes like the brownies, and hand it to her.
He hands you a skin of water.
He said
Just drink
brownie.
it. Just drink it.
A shocking Shocking. You feel warm, straight from the fire brownie down your throat.
She'll keep drinking it. As she kind of skips now, she's got a little skip in her step as she's following this guy down the hall, drinking her brownie water.
Eventually, the taste of the brownie goes away, and it just becomes water again.
And she'll hand the water skin back when it starts to taste like water. She's like, here.
So, in moments, as you see the chicanery of Gimbal and Lilith moving up the stairs, you find yourselves going through a pair of corridors until you're inside a study. You walk into the study, you see lines of books covering all the walls. There's a massive desk of ebony wood with what look like legs of some sort of an avian creature, but they're 6 feet long, holding the desk up tall, and they're gilded in gold. Behind it, you see a wizened figure, and he sits behind the ebony desk. He actually has, unlike the picture I'll show you now, he has his hood up on a cloak, and I'll bring it up here for you. You see this mage, silvery white hair spills out from beneath the cloak. He has a quill in one hand. As you walk in, the servant that gestured you into the room just stands with a trembling finger but says nothing and just points into the room as though he is addressing misbehaving children.
I'd like to be the last one into the room with my head down.
Okay. All right. You all step into the room then. The plate boots of Shorwin clinking on the floor. Brim shuffling behind. Thank you, Tim. Brim shuffling behind. And not for the DM. Oh, well, never mind then, Tim. You shuffle in. He looks up. Welcome. I have heard much of you. You are making quite the stir here in our little town. Forgive me. I have you at a disadvantage. I am Burne. I'm sure you have heard my name.
Perhaps.
Now, quick question for you. How, obviously, we know their a bit about their history. As a cavalier, would it be something that I would know fairly in depth, or is it something that is just cursory? These are well-known characters in this part of the world. So right. Rufus was the companion. Rufus was the one that you more admired, was spoken of quite often, was more military in nature. Burne was his wizardly companion, and both of them had a major impact on this area. You know, Burne, his reputation precedes him as both a powerful and also highly arrogant mage. All right. So Shorwin's going to stand. Yes, I have heard your name, and I have heard your companion's name. You've called us here. What is it that we may help you with?
Indeed. It is what we may help each other with. You seem to have made some strange companions. Does the name Halia mean anything to you?
And Shorwin's going to look at the rest of the group because he doesn't know who Halia is.
Yes, we are well aware of Halia, unfortunately.
Unfortunate indeed. She is part of a group that, well, let us get to that in a moment. You are also pursued by something that I have not seen before. There is a blight, a creation of most unnatural means that has been unleashed upon our land. You have seen it with pallid flesh, shape-changing, pursuing you. I've seen this also in my scrying, no?
Yes, the Paling. I believe he's called.
Paling?
Yes.
Yes, proper term. You have made some strong enemies already, but this is to your benefit. I am pleased, and as such, I will let you aid me.
Gimbal will take that moment and kind of let himself be known. And yes, and we are very fortunate for this opportunity to aid someone of your status. You are one of great renown. We thank you for this opportunity.
Right you are. Proper manners from a gnome. Well, one does never cease. You, in particular, you've done some interesting things, I've heard. You have some skill with the arcane, no?
Yes, some, but nothing that is close to that which you can do. Although I would be so fortunate and blessed to be in your presence longer and learn from you.
This could be seen. You're probably wondering why I've called you here, other than to remind you of my greatness.
Yes.
Yes, we are quite curious.
This, Halia. Have you heard of the Dark Brotherhood?
Would I know anything about that?
Go ahead and roll a knowledge religion for me, please.
Right.
Would I know anything about the Dark Brotherhood?
You would not.
Okay.
Yeah, nope. Not something that Brim would have encountered.
Good to know.
That is a 14.
So Millie has heard generally of this group, but nothing more than almost, tales of the boogeyman, grim references used to scare children, no specific knowledge. But Burne taps his chin, almost seems pleased with your lack of knowledge. I will help you. Rufus, my friend, my longtime companion, although he's not been right in the head since he lost his wife 3 years ago. He is not with us here. He is in the Free City. I will have to go and aid him. We continue to deal with issues not relevant to this. But when you uncovered this skull, yes, a skull of crystal you found, which was absconded from your very grasp by this Halia, yes?
Yes.
I know things. She is in league with the Dark Brotherhood. She works, in fact, alongside the sadistic worshipper of Loviatar. And these are evil, evil people. I have not seen all that they intend, but I have found some arcane scripts deep within the annals of the Great Library, and I know that they mean no good. As I have studied, I believe they are trying to assemble components of this skull, and I mean to find more. But I have the first clue. While I travel back to the Free City, I must aid my friend Rufus. I will aid you in pursuing what I believe to be the end of your enemy, the goal that they seek, in the assembling of whatever this thing is which the Dark Brotherhood means to twist to their nefarious ends. I see you all agree. Have you no questions?
Yes, Mr. Magnificent Burne. Do you have a means of scrying on Halia herself?
Do not think I have not tried. Though my powers are indeed prodigious, almost beyond measure, difficult to describe. The Dark Brotherhood, they have very, very profane, malevolent methods of obscuring such scrying, or I would have done it. You see, he pauses. He pulls his hood back and kind of like tilts an ear, like he's trying to listen. Do you feel that? He looks around. Everyone roll D20 for me.
Boy.
I'm going to use advantage. Can I use advantage on this?
Yes, you can. So, Canadian Ancient Gamer, he mentioned earlier, at least I think he did, he should have, Greyhawk. He was not referring to Altamira or Divers, he was referring to the free city of Greyhawk, where Rufus currently is.
I will also use advantage.
I did as well, and I rolled a 15 on my high die.
Freaking
I should have, but I didn't. And I rolled a 4.
I rolled a 10.
10, 15 for Gimbal.
15.
15, Brim.
7.
7. None of you notice what he's talking about, and even as he's listing, it's gone now. There was a disturbance, an arcane interference. Strange, it's no longer here. Are all of you feeling well?
I feel fine.
And as far as you know, you are. As far as you know, you're all feeling well.
Do you think that we are being scryed on?
Scrying? Should not seem possible here, but have you pulled any items recently?
Surely we have.
Variety of things from the
Indeed.
board.
He kind of listens a bit, turns his head. It's gone, whatever it was. In any case, I will be sending you to a place of some danger. Well, perhaps more than some danger. But my studies indicate nothing you should not be able to handle. I will aid you in this.
Aid us in which way?
An incisive question. Beautiful lady. I will give you certain items, and these will I give you before you leave, in show of my good favor, for it's a strong investment. You will either return with them, or you will not return, in which case it matters not. But then also, upon your return, I have information to aid you against this thing you call a paling. It will not seek you where I send you, I can assure you this. But I can aid you when you return. In the meantime, I have this. You see, he pulls out a few items. He reaches underneath the desk. He pulls out a gleaming longsword, and he lays it across the desk. And then he pulls out a small clear sphere that he sets on the desk. And he also pulls out a crossbow. Not a full-size crossbow, not a tiny crossbow, but a sort of miniature-sized crossbow that he sets on the desk. I will give you these free and clear to aid you. I will give you some counsel. I will send you on your way, and I will give you means to return. And he pushes an hourglass about this big, glass with wooden end hourglass, empty, no sand in it. He pushes out alongside the other items.
So Shorewind's going to step forward and look at the sword.
Shorewin, as you step forward, this sword, the blade gleams unnaturally. It has a pommel that has a strong guard on the side with curling ends on it, and then the pommel itself is wrapped in some sort of dark black leather that seems to glimmer in the light.
You are willing to allow us to use this sword, even knowing that it may not return?
Have I not told you who I am? I have such items, and swords mean nothing to me, and Rufus, he has a better one, frankly. So, I'm confident you will return. Reasonably so. And if you don't, it's a good gambit. And I will give you the means to get back. He pushes the hourglass forward again.
Lilith will pick up the hourglass and kind of look at it like this. What use is an hourglass with no sand?
Ah, again the insightful one. All right, so in just a moment, I'm going to send you. I'm sure you're ready. And when I send you, you will find yourself, well, are you familiar with your history?
Our own history?
Well, no, not your history. With history of the Soloese, the Bakloonish, the wars of yore, the reign of colorless fire, the dry steppes, the sea of dust.
Would I know anything of
So,
this?
is any of that nobility? Because I might
Okay,
know.
so
Not Lilith. She's from the middle of nowhere.
I just went into knowledge to start. I was like, holy crap.
Lilith comes from the middle of the Vespi Forest. She
all right,
knows
so
nothing about anything.
Lilith, this means nothing to you. Vivi,
She's still...
Brim means nothing to you. So let's have Millie, Gimbal, Shorewin. I want you to all make knowledge checks, and let's do knowledge history.
All right. Can I roll for advantage on this one?
You can, and make sure you mark those advantages off. Thank you to all of our viewers. Oh, by the way, while they're rolling, I forgot to mention we've got giveaways today, and we're going to start the first one here in just a second. So the first giveaway that we're going to have is going to be a $15, I think it's a $15 gift certificate to Trollord Games. Trollord Games, the major sponsor. Of course, we've got many sponsors, but they are the major sponsor of our incredible virtual GreyhawkCon. And I'm going to kick off that here right now. Let me pull this up while you guys, do you have all your rolls
Rolled a
done?
19.
I only rolled an 11.
All
I
right.
was at 22.
Oh, it's $10, John.
Oh, you
All right,
guys are
great.
wrong.
Thank you very much, Jay. And let me kick off that giveaway. I'm going to pull up our Nightbot. All right, so for Millie and Gimbal, you both heard of these are ancient wars. Took place centuries ago. Neither one of you have a great deal of knowledge, but you, Gimbal in particular, are interested in this because you know that powerful magics were unleashed. The most potent forces of both the Bakloonish and the Solinese unleashed their powers on one another in what were called the twin cataclysms, studied in almost every magical text that you looked at as a young gnome. But of particular potence was the devastation unleashed from the north, and then the reign of colorless fire that came from the Sluize. And these things created the most desolate areas of the Flonesse. And you gather he's just told you that's where he's sending you.
So Shorewin's gonna pick up the sword, and so tell me, why do we need these items for where you're sending us when we've been successful without these items so far? What is so special about this sword that will help us help you?
All right. So as you say this, by the way, so the giveaway, type exclamation point Troll Lord, all lowercase, exclamation point Troll Lord. That's TROLLL, 3 L's, ORD, Troll Lord, exclamation point Troll Lord. You'll be entered into the giveaway, which will happen just before the break. Burne looks over at you. Good question, Knight. So, that blade in particular, I see that yours is well enough, but wanting. And while I am quite confident you and your party will withstand whatever you face, there may be, perhaps, some creatures where I send you, which would require a more potent blade to be struck. And so he tells you, he describes the keenness of the blade. He describes the weight of the blade. In so doing, he basically identifies it for you. This is a long sword +2. A long sword +2, which also can cast light once per day.
All right.
He points over at the sphere. That,
that may be very helpful to you. I advise you not to use it until you absolutely need it.
But he looks over at Gimbal. He takes his eyes off of Shorewin.
If you take that, when you throw it to the ground and break the glass of the sphere, the gas which is emitted will provide the most potent healing to all which are in an appropriate circumference of its blast.
Oh, wonderful and excellent, Burne. This is beyond useful.
Well, of course it is.
Of course, everything we do is perfect. Is there the place that you're sending us, the things that have happened, transpired in its history? Is there perhaps? Well, there's no need to question such excellence. Continue.
Question? What on earth would you question?
No, exactly. There is no questioning you. Good. Continue.
He says,
I will send you to... Well, it's not really in the Sea of Dust, nor is it in the Dry Steppes. Would be better if it were. It is right on the border betwixt the two. Head not south, for that is a land poisonous beyond all mortal beings, unless you have the most protective equipment or spells. It is difficult even to breathe the air there. But when I send you, it will be desolate. It will be bitterly cold at night. And should you see the light of day, you should find shade as quickly as possible, for the sun, even here in the month of Patois, burns with the heat of 1,000 fires. But I will send you at night. You notice I called you at dusk. We are ready for you to go now. When I send you, I cannot place you directly where you need to go. Well, difficult to explain, but a magical resonance, a feedback, if you will, it would not be good. I will send you to a place precisely 1 mile directly west of where you must go. I advise you to wait. The tomes that I have found, they speak of a... well, what you'll find is when you travel to the east 1 mile, you'll know you have found where you should be. When you see what look like stones, but hand-hewn stones. I've seen this myself, although it's been a decade. Or was it 2? Perhaps 3. In any case, I've seen these stones. They will be just above the sand. When you get there, wait for dawn. So you must travel to the latter part of the night. I advise you to rest when you reach where I send you, and then a few hours before dawn, travel to the east. When you find it, well, I'm not really sure what you should do, but I think these words mean something. I found them in the script. Azum Lux. Azum Lux. Somehow these will show you where you need to go. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You're very bright lot. When you have found whatever it is that is hidden inside this ancient temple, did I not say temple earlier? I believe it is a temple to some religion long lost, some cult of believers that sought the awakening of some being. I think this is what Holia and the Dark Brotherhood also seek. When you... I see you, Josh. When you reach there, these words should somehow open the temple. There! That should be sufficient. Oh, no. Yes. The hourglass. You take the sands from the desert. When you are ready, and you have gotten whatever is in there, you place the sands in the hourglass. When they fall through, it will call you right back here. Well, very close to here, anyway. Are you all ready? Any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Several, in fact.
You all go.
All right, so it seems to me that you are knowledgeable a great deal more than what you're telling us, implying that there are creatures that we might need to fight with this sword that you have given Shorewin. So I would like to know a bit more of what we are to be expecting. And secondly, sir, you proclaim yourself a great and powerful wizard, but you cannot handle this yourself. I don't know if perhaps you overestimate your abilities, sir. Sending us, who are not great and powerful magic users, to our deaths, perhaps?
When you say underestimate or overestimate his abilities, there is suddenly an ominence in the air. You see he, for the first time, sits up from behind the desk.
I am no trifling mage. You have heard the name of Burne, I know that you have. I seek your aid and I give you blessings that thousands around would desire to receive from my hand. Now you are shrewd to ask why I suspect you may need the aid of this blade. And yet, perhaps not so shrewd to know that any time you head to a place which has been blasted by arcane rains for thousands, hundreds of years, there are likely to be undead. There are likely to be, what was that, servants of the eye, or eyeless, or I forget what the tome said. I'm just being overly cautious, and I will forgive you your impudence.
I have to be interested, seeing as I've experienced quite a bit of bravado from magic users as of late, and it's nearly gotten us killed. Thank you.
Magic users? I am no magic user. I am a wizard. I am a member... Well, I should be a member of the council, those knaves. Tensor, I must be... Anyway, in any case, be that as it may. You are... I can see he looks you up and down, motivated by coin. Unlike my normal contract, I will allow you to keep whatever you find. And I will add this. He opens up his desk drawer. He pulls out a diamond that's about this big around. It glints with facets all around it, and he sets it atop the table, sits back down, and just smirks.
That's a nice diamond. Now, may I ask another question?
If you must.
You mentioned undead, or the possibility of undead in our encounters. You say this sword can cast light once per day. Does that casting only occur on the sword, or can it cast it on another object?
It casts in an area. Has a radiance to it, if you will. You've not seen these kinds of weapons before?
I've not used these kinds of weapons before. I may have seen them once or twice in battle, but I have not handled them.
He steps back, he watches, kind of reads all the faces. He softens.
I must remember the lessons of age. I have been told that my way can be brash, perhaps distasteful. No, I am a force for good. This can be told to anyone. All would know this on the Flyness. But I have been denied. I'll tell you a story. No, I won't. The principal ailment of mankind is not avarice. No. It's not greed or lust or all the sins which are so commonly spoken of. It is the lack of an understanding of the order of things, the proper acknowledgement of the potency of one who should rightfully... I see you don't understand. The council will soon, and we will help them. We must stop what the Dark Brotherhood is doing. We must stop Holly and Halia. We must prevent the designs of Lavatar and whatever it is they seek to uncover within the Dry Steppes.
DM, mind if I just read this guy, try and read him, and just see if he's been BSing whatever?
Sense, so you're going to do sense motive? Yeah, okay.
Yes, please.
All right, and so give me your sense motive bonus, because I roll those just in case.
Sure. It's very low. It's a -2, but I'd still like to try.
All right. Okay. So you are, you find him difficult to read. His mannerisms are eclectic in the extreme, and yet you sense that he speaks, at least in his own mind, truth.
Thank you.
Lilith will curiously look over his desk where he pulled out the diamond. What else you got going on in there?
He looks at you. He kind of looks you up and down. He sees the cascade of wild hair, unkempt. He sees the head of an owl that dangles from your neck, and skull of an owl that dangles from your neck. I think I know your kind. When you return, I will have something for you as well. Now, the hour grows late, and I must leave.
Real quick, Master Burne. If I may ask, especially for you, a simple favor. So I got this staff, and he brings out that large staff. If I go ahead and reduce the size of this, can you make it permanently stay the right size for me?
He looks at you. You see a bemused smile twitches on his lips. Hand that to me, lad. He takes the staff from your hand. You see as he sets it down in front of him, he stands up. He utters some arcane syllables that actually it's almost impossible. They're unintelligible to you. They scramble in your brain as he says them. You all feel a brief sense of vertigo, and as he says these words, you see the staff shrinks to just over 3 foot in height. He smirks. Light work. He hands it back to you.
Awesome, thank you. Also, do you have a symbol? Something I can carry with me to remember your magnificentness?
It's not a pleasure.
He says, upon your successful return, no point in me sending my heraldry and sigil off into the desert not to return.
But yes, of course.
Stand back and be ready. Have you all heard my instructions? For I give them now and not again.
Indeed. One last question. My steed, Winston, can he accompany us even though he is not with us right here?
You cavaliers and your mounts and steeds. I'm afraid none such creatures can make this journey. Not for my wantonness of capacity to send them, but to place them in the conditions that you will go into, the terrain that you will be traveling. They will be stabled here. I will assure that my men take care of them. They shall be fed, but they cannot accompany you here.
I look at Lilith. He will be fine. He will be fine. Do not worry.
And morale plummets. Robert said.
Gimble will give a slight, out of the corner of his eye, look at Shorewin, and it's nice to see that you get off your high horse every now and then.
That's what we have the mad chatters for, Rory. All right, so go ahead.
will we be receiving rations or anything to help us through this journey?
Yeah.
I would rather not starve in the middle of the desert if at all possible.
Yeah, so he will add, so whatever you need, you would have already gotten that from Osler Gondigut. You could have gathered some rations, although most of what you found in the fort would not be desirable. The gnomes. So anything that's reasonable to carry, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of iron rations, ample water. You guys are in no short supply. You have received all of that from what's happened the last few days.
Perfect.
All right.
Cool.
All of you, gather closer together.
Millie
We'll
moves.
move closer.
We move closer together.
Brim shifting eyes back and forth. He's not addressed you at all, Brim. He's barely even looked at you since you walked in.
And I haven't said a freaking thing to him as well.
He appears to be fine with that. You feel like you've sensed this before. There is a tolerance, but a disdain for your kind. He has not said anything, but you've sensed it.
I've stayed in the back and I've tried to keep my tusk in my mouth the entire time.
It is a bit of bigotry, Pat 66, sorry. All right, as you all step back, you see he pulls out a crystal globe with blue facets on the sides of it. He holds it up, and as he does so, the lighting in the room begins to shift and shimmer. You hear winds from around you. All of you sense a disorientation, a brief moment of vertigo. You look down, you see your bodies shimmering and becoming translucent, and within moments, the walls of the keep, the stern and wizened face of Burne, your companions all around you vanish. You feel as though you've been engulfed in nothingness for some period of time, until you all emerge to the sounds of the desert and to what looks like the waning light of a dimming sun. And you hear the winds of the desert in the background blowing dust over this dry area. Slowly, one by one, you all rematerialize. And as you do so, there is still the warm amber sun that hangs low on the horizon in an absolutely alien terrain. You see sands and twisted shrubs, rocks that outcrop and look as though even they wish to sink beneath the sands for the beating they take from the wind and the sun. Where you do see foliage, the foliage itself looks like it's been twisted by some despoiling form of arcane nature. The winds are bitter, offering little solace from the heat of the sun that still blows over the sky. You look up, the sky itself is an amber hue that looks unnatural. You've been placed in what looks like an area of protection. There are 3 large rock outcroppings around you, and you see the last rays of the sun appear to be going down on the alien terrain. You are by yourself. Ashrin is with you. Rayam is not. Rayam remained behind in Hamlet. Your mounts are not with you. So we have, for the sake of our viewers, hang on here and let me pull this other view back up. You guys can discuss what you're going to do. Well, I'm going to just prep this for a second.
Lilith will immediately lean down and grab a handful of sand and put it in one of her pockets.
All right, Lilith, you have a handful of sand in a pocket. What's everyone else doing?
Ugh, I hate magic. It just... Also, has anybody noticed that people who proclaim themselves to be good all the time tend to be the worst sorts of people?
You seem like good and evil are not always different.
And truth be told, good is defined by those who use the term, not necessarily by what they do. Shorewind's gonna kind of look around the area, the outcroppings, just trying to see if there's been any movement through the area, anything that might say that this area has been visited or inhabited, whether by animals or
Yeah, so Shorewind, great idea. Again, the sun continues to dip lower on the horizon. As soon as it starts to disappear, suddenly the warmth, as though a mage had put a rabbit beneath his hat, the heat starts to dissipate. The ground begins to grow chill. So when you look around, you see that even had there been footsteps, the wind scours them away within seconds. There is nothing here but blasted terrain, shifting winds, twisted scrubs, and the unforgiving gaze of the dry steppes just at the border of the Sea of Dust. For our viewers, and help the players also, our minis here, you have Mary Millie, who's right here. That is our winsome swashbuckler. You have our Cavalier Shorewind here, now steedless for the first time in the last 2 decades, and very uncomfortable with it. You have Lilith here, who has just grabbed some sand from the floor and placed it in her flask. You have Ashrin, who has been thus far circumspectly silent, the cleric that accompanies them, NPC. And then you have Gimbal here. So as you're accompanying or associating them on the screen, you can see each of the minis: Gimbal, Ashrin, Lilith, Shorewind, and Millie.
Grim, you left behind.
we left Brim?
I'm sorry, did I? Oh, Brim! Sorry, Brim!
I was like,
I actually wanted to highlight this mini for a second. Brim!
I was like, guys, he sent me somewhere else. This is gonna
You
take
thought
a
the
turn.
DM was being really sly with how I just left you back there in the the tap room. Yep.
Gosh.
And
Thank
the
you for
party
jumping
split
on, Josh.
All right.
DM,
Yes.
would it be possible during the time that we're in Homeland and all that Gimbal would have picked up 5 vials, just empty vials?
Absolutely, yes. That would not be a problem.
So he would also do what Lilith did and pick up some sand from this area.
Okay. All right, as you do this, the sun sinks lower in the horizon, casting the entire area into a strange bluish-green night. It's the dust and the strange hues and ambience here. It's not even a typical night.
Is it moonless, cloudy?
So you see one of the 2 moons is just coming over the horizon, obscured by dust. There are stars, but they twinkle in and out as the atmosphere and the dust covers overhead.
Do we know if there's a pattern of, like, sunrise in the east, sets in the west kind of thing, so we can gain our bearings?
Gimbal, you have some knowledge of this. You look up, you can just make out enough of the stars to sense east and west. And of course, you saw the sun fall on the horizon, which you would know it would not change here geographically. So you have a sense of your east and west now.
And I would communicate that to the group, all of that.
I was just about to ask the same thing, and then before the sun went down, I was hoping to see if there's any way I could peer in the opposite direction of the setting sun to see if there is a reference point of, like, location to walk towards.
Okay. So yes, you were able to do this, but there was nothing discernible. Everywhere you looked, low scrub brush, sloping dunes, desolate soil, no mountains, no tall trees. It's as though the entire land has been scourged and ground and grate down to its substrate.
The wizard, he said we have to travel east. No. Yes, east. And how will we, without the sun, be able to manage that?
Well, I can guide by the stars. That's one of my skills from sailing on the seas.
And you do have a reference point as to where the sun set. You saw the setting sun.
Oh, okay. And he said travel at night?
Night, yeah. He also said it gets cold at night.
You can feel this happening already. The temperature is plummeting very quickly.
Any of those are needed. I've got a winter blanket and other such items.
I do as well.
Lilith will pull out her dress and kind of just drape it over her shoulders.
Shredded dress.
Her shredded dress.
Okay.
Well, is there any reason not to begin our journey now?
I can't think of a reason.
Yeah.
Alright. So, Shorewind's gonna start walking east.
I thought I remembered he said that we should travel a few hours before dawn, but I could have been wrong with that.
I could have misheard.
I do know that said the.
He said,
Go ahead.
wait for dawn, I think, before entering the temple.
Yes.
Travel at
night.
Gotcha.
And that we will know the place by the stones just above the sand.
And Azun looks will help show us where to go.
Indeed.
Alright. I'll take back.
We'll stay in the front.
As well.
All right, so you're moving out now? All right. You begin trudging through the unforgiving terrain. There is a sense of unease, a sense of just a place that you was not meant to be trodden by mortal feet. The wind itself seems acrid and cold. It feels like the tendrils seek to get beneath your blankets and come underneath your robes and claw at your ears. Your nostrils grow cold. Blankets pulled around you. You trudge through the sand. It's very, very slow going. Every once in a while, brambles seem to catch at your feet. Even when you look down, it's as though a bramble that lay a foot away, when you look back up, it has wrapped itself around your ankle. You pull your feet out. It's extremely unnerving as you travel.
Lilith has woodland stride, so would that be okay for her? Like, she doesn't have any issues?
So Lilith, you do not have issues. In fact, you though sense there is, in particular to you, there is something vile about this place. The very nature of it has been despoiled. You can see as you look at the scrub and as you look at the twisted roots and tiny gnarled little bushes that there is a malevolence in them, almost not bright enough to be sentient, but an innate malevolence. You see them almost wanting to reach out to tangle, to draw blood from you.
Be wary. These aren't regular plants. Well, I guess we'll press forward.
All right, so as you're pressing along, you continue walking. Ashrin, who's been very quiet to this point, you sense she was intimidated by Burne, did not even want to speak in his presence. She finally speaks up. Gimble, Master Gimble, I don't think I properly told you I'm sorry for your loss. Those were fine gnomes, and I know it was difficult for you. I want you to know that you're in my prayers.
I'll just nod. Something you guys do notice though, it was in the RP chat. Gimbal is back to his green coat. So he had handed over his cloak from the Guardians. He had provided that back to them and basically parted ways with that. He is back in his traditional green coat that you have seen him in.
Okay.
And DM, how is Ashrin looking right now?
She looks frightened. She's shivering. She does tend to sort of be standing as close to you as she can most times. But overall, hale, strong. Doesn't appear to be damaged in any way, but just an appropriate level of trepidation.
I'd like to hand over my winter blanket to her. And just keeping eyes for it, but just kind of hand it down.
Thank you, Master Brim. I'm most grateful for this, and are you sure we'll be all right?
I'm used to the cold. I'll be all right.
She curls the blanket around her and continues to trudge through the sand. Another hour passes. You feel like you're barely getting a couple of 100 yards every hour. It is such slow. The face of the wind, it seems to be picking up as though it's blowing directly against you, trying to impede your progress.
Who's at the front again?
Millie.
Would you like me up there to be a bit of a wind buffer?
Brim, you got advantage for Canadian Ancient Gamer for your thoughtfulness.
Thank you.
If you would prefer, I know that you typically take the back.
I'm fine taking the back.
All right.
But I'm not sure if it'd be able to help anything.
I'm not sure that a buffering is going to help much right now. This wind seems rather pervasive and persistent.
Aggressive and resistant?
Pervasive and persistent!
Oh, alright.
I just do a thumbs up.
Millie, you can see in the dark, yes?
I mean, I have my dagger, I have infravision with this, but I also have low light, abilities to see in low light, and...
Oh, yeah.
Light that...
on opposite sides.
Alright, that seems like a good solution.
'Cause I can see in the dark now, so...
Oh! Wait, just now? Could you not
Well, I
before?
have infravision, but now I can actually see in the dark, too.
Oh. Well,
He kind of waggles that black staff that he has.
oh, I see. Well, that's very, very useful, and I believe Lilith should be able to see fairly well as well, since she and I are of the same nature.
All right. As you continue along, the chill becomes almost overwhelming. You look around, you feel like you should be covered in Arctic frost. It's like every bit of warmth that the sun beat down has been sapped away by the wind and the chill dark night, which seems to suck it upward. I need everyone to make a con check. So everyone roll at your con or under. If you do not roll at your constitution or under, let me know.
Alright, does having the winter blanket affect it at all?
So anybody so thank you. So anybody that had a winter blanket or heavy clothing, I want you to go ahead and subtract 2. So put a -2, which helps you, right? Because you want to roll under your con. If you're wearing your normal stuff, Brim, I'll kind of handle you separately because I know what you need to do here. So roll. If you got heavy clothing on that you've worn, subtract 2 from your roll.
Okay.
Advantage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Roll a 5.
Okay.
I rolled 11, I'm fine.
All right. And Gibble?
Can I use advantage?
Yes. So you select the lower of the 2 in this case.
Oh, sweet. Average. 3.
Okay. And Brim? You're muted.
You're muted.
Muted.
Yeah.
I rolled a nat 20.
Wrong time, my friend.
The
wrong time to roll a nat 20.
Time to roll your nat 20.
Brim is your way. You are accustomed to cold. You are toughened, but this is cold like you've never known. Having shed the winter blanket, you have limited armor. You have lots of exposed skin. The chill begins to bite into you, and you don't even want to admit it. So you start shaking. You take 2 points of damage, and you're starting to feel fatigued. It's not hard. Everyone sees Brim as he's walking. His teeth start to chatter and his body's shaking, but he's trying to control it. After that great outpouring from sympathy for Brim, we get to...
I wouldn't see it because I'm in front, so...
They let you tough it out.
Something.
Brim, I'm going to have you roll another d20 for me. As you do this, Millie, roll a d20 for me as well.
All right.
Can
I roll advantage?
Yes, you both may.
Okay.
Come on, nat 20. Now's when you come to me.
18 is my high one.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was another con check. I'm very sorry.
Oh wait, okay. If I use advantage, then it would be a 9.
A 9. Okay, all right. Okay. So you.
Then that's a 5 for me.
No, not for you. I need you. So I'm sorry. I was purposefully not. So I should have told you.
Okay.
So you give me your higher
18
one.
18 on the die.
18 on the die. All right, Brim. This time you take 1 more point of damage, but you're kind of shielding yourself from the wind, the shaking and shivering. You know you can't stand this much longer, but you're not getting worse in your condition. Millie, as you hear Brim's teeth chattering, you feel your foot scrape against solid stone.
I think we actually found some proper ground here.
You look down and you can check your cameras. You see you've reached an area now. So again, Millie was in front, Brim up there, Ashrin. Okay, I think something akin. Like you guys don't have to be single file.
Shortman was next to me.
Okay, gotcha.
In the front.
Yeah, I mean this is a wide area. You don't have to be single file here.
Yeah,
you look down and you see amongst the sand, blowing quickly across with the wind, there are what look like sandstone hewn bits that are laid together in clearly handmade fashion.
And is Millie the only one who notices it, or does?
Well, Millie, do you say anything? Like, cause you're kind of in front.
I said that that I thought we were on solid ground, and then I'll just kind of, as we look up, I'll kind of point out what I see. This all looks relatively intentionally made, rather than just formations. So
you look around and you
Go ahead.
No, sorry. You look around now and you see the same thing. You see there's some gray, some brown sand mixed together. It looks like there are actually bits of ash also blowing here. But there are clearly handmade, hewn stones that lay along the surface of the desert floor.
This may be the location that the wizard was speaking of. I believe he told us to wait here until dawn.
before entering, yes.
Did we find a safe place?
Yes. That I think would be a very wise choice.
Is Gimbal able to add any assistance, being able to see in the dark?
So Gimbal, I mean, you look around, you see the same thing. You see this area of stone kind of heads off in all directions, but then just sort of disappears into the sand. So there's nothing that protrudes up. There are no obvious things beyond just the fact that there are old bits of cobble here, sandstone together, that is being wafted over by the sands of the desert.
I'm gonna look over to Millie, and my eyesight in this nighttime is not that good. Do you see any place in this area that we may take some cover from this wind?
Do I see any place in this area where we might take some cover from this wind, DM?
It is barren as barren gets. So there were rock outcroppings where you had been set down. And it now occurs to you that Burne had probably set you there intentionally to provide you some shielding from the wind to wait there, but you have moved on directly to this area where there is no protection and the wind is brutal and the chill grows.
How long did it take us to get from the...
It was about 3 to 4 hours as best you can reckon, so you would assume you're still a good 3 to 4 hours from dawn.
Brim will start to set up the tent and try and put the large, thick piece of leather that he has facing the wind to try and be a bit of a buffer for it.
Okay.
And he has steel spikes or iron spikes that he can drive into the ground anywhere that he can to try and find purchase.
Okay, hang on 1 second here. I'm looking for something. Where did I put that?
A dragon.
How did you know that's what I was
Mature
looking
dragon.
for?
Not an immature dragon.
Yeah, we're done with the young dragons. We're ready for the big ones now.
This guy is Draco.
Come on, several of you guys.
Sand kraken.
A couple of you leveled up to level 4. You're ready for the big boys.
And those that aren't will just die.
Are just gonna sit back here and
Survival of the
think
fittest,
about
guys.
Winston.
I'll have to find that later. I regret. I have something actually really good for this from Bill Satcher Scorn, but I didn't realize you guys were going to do that, so I didn't have it prepped, and I should have. Anyway, all right. So you set up your tent. Anything else you're doing to survive through the remaining dark hours of night? I'll take that as a no.
I don't think we should start a fire. It would draw attention.
Not sure there's anything to collect for fires. Oh. Question, yeah.
Yes.
Actually. Those vines, do they continue into this area, the ones that you said were...
No. So
Okay.
So I should have mentioned that all the scrub, all of the strange brambles. The further you traveled, the land became more blasted, more desolate, fewer rock outcroppings, less foliage, and where you're at now, it's flat, scoured terrain. You can only even begin to imagine what kind of arcane puissance rained down and just absolutely razed everything here in this land. So what are you doing?
I guess we'll just take turns.
Well, I would be willing to stay up most of the night.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Sorry, what's that?
Sorry, I said I can stay up most of the night. I can go without sleep if I so choose. But if anyone needs rest, in particular, I can watch.
We'll go rest.
Go ahead, Brim.
Brim would just like to lean down to Gimbal wherever he can and...
Do you have any way to warm me up?
I've been trying to figure that out. I mean, I believe so, but I don't see any brush around.
It's no big deal if you can't.
Wait. And is there... So I know we've kind of gone over this. Is there any kind of area where there's at least some blockage of the wind? Or is it all just flat and open?
Flat, barren, unbroken, desolate, unforgiving terrain.
Brim, if we could, and he'll call everyone in to kind of, if they will, circle around the backside of Brim while Brim sits on the ground.
It's no big.
Like, he's gonna try and, like, not quiet Gimbal down, but just, like...
It's alright. If it's not possible right now, it can wait.
And as you're in the middle of saying that, you just feel Lilith, like, sitting very uncomfortably close to you. Like, she just kind of pops up, like, behind you, and then, like, it's like, hey. and then like scooches in a little bit closer.
Recognizing Brim's uncomfortableness with this, trying to spare his pride, Brim had this really good idea that, maybe a tent won't work or something like that's not going to work, and we should probably huddle. But if we could create a little gap, and he'll take off his green coat that he's been wearing since the beginning. He'll take it off, and he'll ball it up. And this won't last long, but it will at least provide a little bit, maybe enough to hold us for a while. And he'll go ahead and cast Burning Hands on his coat to light his coat on fire for what little warmth that might provide for what little time.
By the way, Lord Forth just went The Empire Strikes Back with us and wants you to slice Brim open and sleep inside him. All right, so you do all this.
If it saves the rest of the party.
I mean, fair is fair.
Yeah, so I mean, does anybody remember Luke Skywalker in the Tauntaun? We don't do a lot of anachronisms here, but I thought that was pretty funny. So no. And so you cover around as best you can. You pull your cloaks together, and you all huddle through one of the most miserable nights of your life. Sorry, go ahead, Soren.
So Shorewind's going to move around so that he's on the side that the direction the wind is coming from, and he's going to pull out his shield and attempt to shield as much wind around the group as possible.
All right, Shorewind. You wouldn't be taking hints from the chat, would you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right,
it was, it just kind of came to me.
Came to me. I don't know where.
Shorewind, using shields, covering as best you can. All right, all of you. Huddle through one of the worst night's sleep ever. There can be no memorization of spells or anything else, which is important because Ashrin would have used one of her Cure Light wounds to help Brim, but there is not even sufficient comfort for prayer, for meditation, for studying spell books. This is a completely disruptive environment. All of you, when you wake up the next, or as it gets closer to dawn rather, the chill is in your bones, your morale is low, you're discouraged and tired. There was perhaps a bit of cursing of Burne coming from Ashrin's mouth throughout the evening.
Mine too, dear. Mine too.
And you do, though, get the sense no one takes damage during the night. You manage to huddle together, sufficient breakage of the wind between the shields, the cloaks, the surface of the tent that you kind of pulled around, all of that, and you can just barely see a pallid pink start to lighten the horizon.
Brim, you'll wake up and Lilith would have put that shredded dress on you to cover you as best as she could. As with the sun rising, she'll kind of wake everybody up and just and remind everybody. Didn't he say that the sun burns?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so even as she's talking, you still don't see the sun yet, but you definitely see the pink rays getting close to the horizon.
We need to move now.
Indeed.
As everyone's getting up and whatnot, you're gonna see Gimbal on the ground, pretty cold, a little shivering, coatless as it burned up. So he's a little bit more sluggish than normal.
I pack up the tent.
So from where we're at, as the sun begins to come up, do we see any type of structures in the distance towards the east?
You look around, you don't, but then there is something, Shorewind, yes, that catches your eye. You see a strange, a bird. You've not seen a bird anywhere in this land. You see a strange little songbird, red in color. It flitters down and lands
right in the midst of the sand, kind of standing against the wind on these strange cobbled soundstone rocks. Thank you for the follow, RS Logic 42.
Lilith will approach the bird.
All right, Lilith, you walk over to the bird, sort of right here against the sand. It looks up at you and just kind of twirls its head a bit. Now, my whistle's not working right now. My lips are wet. But it whistles at you, kind of twirls, and looks around. Everybody roll initiative. No, just kidding.
So reach her hand out and see if the bird will hop on her hand.
Just tilt its head, and it seems to, you see, then it looks over at the horizon. The sun starts coming up a bit higher. You can almost actually see now the illumination of the top of the sun coming over, and the bird seems to be looking at that.
She'll lean in. Where did you come from?
Tilts ahead. You trying to speak with animals, or?
Hang on, I don't know if I have that spell.
I don't think you have that yet, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so. It just kind of tilts its head, but it keeps glancing over at the horizon. As the sun starts to get a bit higher, you see it starts to shuffle back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Canadian.
Thank you, Canadian Ancient Gamer. So appreciated, sir.
Okay, so he said something about the
Azun.
Azun. Is the phrase Gimbal or Ashrin? Do you know if it's some sort of magic?
She'll just shout out. Azun looks.
Okay, so Lilith, as you shout out the words Azun Lux, you see the bird. It starts tapping quickly its feet against the sand. It sees the sun getting higher. It starts tapping more quickly. As it looks around, it then pecks once, twice, 3 times at the ground. And you hear from the ground a horrendous groaning.
So
I made a boo-boo.
Sorry. Go ahead. What was your question, Gimbal? Real quick before we see what Lilith just did to all of you. Gimbal, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so I've neglected part of Gimbal for a long time that I've realized. Would he be able to scurry over to this bird? And he actually does have speak with animals.
Well, you certainly could have, but not anymore.
Okay.
That moment has passed, and so as Lilith speaks these words, this bird that is now almost frenetic with the way that it's moving, it kind of dances around. It pecks the ground 3 times, as I said, and you hear this movement, and suddenly all the sand around you begins to shake. You see it's as though some great monster rises up from the sands. The entire area quivers and trembles with power. There is, in fact, something that begins to rise up from the sand. And you hear just a tremendous shaking of the earth. You feel an ominous sense that something has just happened. You see a pair of horns come up from the sand. What's everyone doing?
Okay, so quick question. The words that Lilith uttered, would I have recognized what language they were? Because
that's a great question.
Nick asked that earlier.
No, it's a great question, and even had you asked, no. So this is no known language to you. This was something very odd that she uttered. You don't know if it's nonsense, if it's some spell language that you're unfamiliar with, or if it's some lost language. But whatever it is, as now the rays of the sun pop higher over the sky, you see the horns come further up from the sand. Giant eyes.
All right, I got my sword and shield out.
What's Gimbal? Is Gimbal behind it, in front of it? Is he able to kind of jump on it without?
You want to jump on it?
Yeah, I mean, providing I'm not jumping into a mouth.
Well, there is a mouth. So Gimbal, you run forward, you jump atop. As you land on it, as the sand falls away, you realize it's a structure of stone. And I'm going to swap to live cam here so everybody can see what you're looking at. And there is a huge stone mouth that appears to be an entryway. Gimbal sits atop the top of that wall there. I don't want to open up any further, but he's actually sitting right next to one of the horns atop the wall. You see sand all around still falling, cascading away from the stonework. The spice is life. Cascading away from the stonework, and you see this area now that has erupted from the sands below. The bird flittered away immediately. It appears that Lilith did not make a mistake.
Gimbal is going to grab one of the horns, yelling, I got it, hurry, I got it!
Everyone inside now.
Yes, I'm just going to head forward. Before we step through, though, I'm going to check for traps.
This might be the first. I'm guessing. If somebody can tell me this is wrong, I'd like to know if any party ever in the history of D&D has said, "Let's rush through that mouth quickly" when they see that demon's face.
No.
That just clearly shows how traumatized this party is.
Yeah.
All right, so as quickly as you can, the sun, you begin to feel the burning rays hitting your back already. You rush through the gaping maw of this strange demonic creature. Gimbal reluctantly lets loose of the horn that he was in fact wrestling to the ground, and sprints through with you. And as he does, that's where we're going to take our one and only break today. And we're going to go ahead and do our giveaway. So we have our Troll Lord giveaway. It's a $10 Troll Lord gift certificate. If you have not yet, type Troll Lord, TROLLORD, and we'll do that giveaway, and then we're going to come back and see what our party finds inside this strange area. Before we do this, any questions from the party or any last minute, final wishes, last respects?
Wishes, please be kind.
Get rid of Shorewind so we can have Winston all to ourselves.
Yes, please.
No. Excuse me, no.
Yeah, Lilith did seem to be like pushing Shorewind to the front of all the combats. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but
Gimbal will pick up another vial of sand, being we're in a different location.
Exactly. All right. So you can do that. You can have up to 5 of those because you brought 5 vials with you. So as many as you wish to grab, you can before you rush through. And Troll Lord. I'm just looking at the post from Bloodwild. !TR. All right. So the winner of our Troll Lord gift card is, and we're just going to do this one time, so there won't be a roll off for this one. Au Noir! Hey, congratulations, Hunter! Hunter, I have your information. I'm pretty sure Jay does too. If Jay doesn't, I'll get it to him. But you're the winner of our Troll Lord gift card. Our next giveaway, before I go to break, let me show you what our next giveaway is. This is also super cool. So we're going to do this shortly after the break. Then we're going to have a third giveaway toward the end of the stream. So we got 3 giveaways today. So this is just the first one. If you missed out on the Troll Lord game certificate, you've got 2 more chances. Coming back after the break, we have this guy, a palette of custom colors from Bones, High Seas Adventure. You have very cool 6 pirate theme colors for fantasy wargaming miniatures. Super cool giveaway we're going to have after the break. Don't type anything yet because I haven't told you how to enter. I'll tell you right after the break. We have 2 hours left on this stream, and the party, now having moved from the fort in the Cron Hills, through Hamlet, through the Tower of Burne, through the deserts, right on the the border between the sea of dust and the dry steppes, and now they find themselves at the doorstep of some ancient temple which has risen from the sands with the speaking of words given to them by Burne. The party, scoured by the cold and sands of this area, have just rushed headlong into what they know not. See what happens after the break. It'll be a quick break. Stay with us. Blue Box will be right back. We'll leave our mics hot, as always, guys, so you can chat with our viewers. And viewers, we always take quick breaks here, so it will not be long, but you can chat with any of our players during the break.
How long is the break?
I'm going to pop it now. It should be about 6 minutes. So it's going to be a long, it's going to be a real quick break.
I'll rush.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the viewers. So many. We got lots of advantages, lots of gifts, lots of followers. By the way, I forgot to do this, but I'll do it now for you. If you've not followed us yet and you're watching, we have one question for you. What are you doing? Give us a follow. If you're already a follow, please give us a sub. This is old school gaming, D&D, Lord Gazumba, Greyhawk Online, the entire community here we support, and we are loving virtual GreyhawkCon, and we are so appreciative to all of our viewers today. We will be back very shortly. Let me pop the timer in here. That should be, if I got that right. There we go, perfect. Just over 5 minutes, we'll be right back. And yeah, it is 3.3-ish. Sometimes it's sort of 2.2-ish. Sometimes we lean toward the old school editions more. But we do have a couple of modifications to our systems. And we'll see if these crit tables get unleashed here as the party gets into the really dangerous part of the session. Blue Box is the true box, Grendelwolfs. That's exactly right. We have our lovely and talented players, Rory and Shorewin, are still on to chat with viewers here on the break. Rory, do you have a question?
Yeah, for the Staff of Darkness, you said that the darkness spell on it has a 60-foot radius.
Correct.
How far out it can cast, or how wide the darkness sphere is?
No, so it is 60-foot radius, so all around you or all around that in 60 feet. So 60 feet each direction, yes.
Okay.
So then, if I were to cast light in the same spot, would it essentially cancel it out?
Yeah, light. Well, at least it does in 5e. Light cancels it out.
Yes, indeed it would, depending on the potency of each spell.
Right. That'd be funny. Whole time I'm thinking, he goes, we're gonna go to break. And after break, watch as our entire group re-rolls new characters because I just killed them in a sinking temple.
What's happening?
I was sitting here thinking we go to break right after we run into this temple, and the whole time I'm thinking he's gonna say, and watch right after break while the entire group re-rolls new characters because I just killed them in a sinking temple.
No.
Man.
Oh man. Do you know what's so funny? So like this Friday I played D&D with like my original group that I like first started playing D&D with.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a one shot, and he's like, bring whatever character, doesn't matter, whatever level, like just bring it. And I was like, sure. So I totally forgot about my very, very first character that I've ever made. Her name is Octavia. And so we were playing, and he's like, you enter a room and there's mounds of gold. And I was like, I don't care. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm not Lilith. I do care. I was like, wait. Like, I was playing Lilith so long that I forgot that I do care. I have characters that do care about gold. Like, it's funny because in that one campaign that I had Octavia, Valandar, like her best friend, he didn't care about money, and he always called Octavia his purse because every time he rejected money, she would be right there being like, here, I'll take it, And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I love money.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about that. Usually I don't care.
It's brilliant. One of these days I gotta play a character that cares about. I don't know how. I just always end up with characters that are like, money is of no consequence.
Yeah, like noble and like just like whatever.
Yeah.
I know it's fun to play something different because like I've never played a character that didn't care about money before. Like this is my first time playing a character who's like, meh, I don't care about money. But then I've been consistently playing Lilith for so long that like playing my old character that was literally called the Purse, like it was just like, I don't care about this room full of gold. Like, I do care.
It's important to me. That's where I sleep.
Channel your inner Millie.
I was just telling Terry that I played a character that I forgot that she actually did care about money. I haven't played her in so long.
Do.
Yeah, literally. I was like, shit, I'm Millie in this one. I do want that gold.
I want it all. It's so shiny.
Also depends on the group and the DM. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, Lilith is definitely like my first character that I've ever created that didn't really care about money.
Yeah, I mean, most adventurers kind of, at least at a mild level, care that they get paid or not.
So, I don't know if you guys caught it.
What?
What did Gimbal use to warm Broom up?
His coat.
Coat,
Coat, right?
Aww.
Wait. I mean, grab that
Also.
too. Because freaking Gimbal's awesome that way. But what I meant was, you remember when we went to the moat house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said that there should be a burning cloak in front of Brim?
Oh, a burning cloak. Got it.
The Holocaust cook from Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only 10 seconds left. Oh, never mind.
Oh, well, that's wrong. I didn't start eating. Okay, whatever.
Food is of no consequence.
Peanut butter, tortilla shell, and a banana.
I know, that's what I just saw. I'm like, oh, he's got a peanut butter banana over there.
All right, we're going to come back to our live stream, but Rory, you can go ahead and eat because we're not actually starting the gaming yet.
Oh, okay.
So I allow that while we're going to do our giveaway here in just a few minutes. And then I'm going to talk about the last giveaway. And then also just a thank you again to our sponsors. I'm going to give a special shout out to one of our great sponsors, our original sponsor, Dragon Crafting Guild. He's actually been on the stream today. If you haven't seen him already, he makes these great trays. And I'm going to do something I've not done before. I'm actually going to run his commercial again. So bear with us 1 second here. Check out these trays. And we may just give one of these away today. All right. So check this out. Not that one. Hang on. Wait. I got too many things.
Usually more epic than that.
It's a
to more roll nat 20s, except not really. So our last giveaway of the day, which I'll kick off in a minute, I'm going to give you, our viewers, a choice. So it was a chaotic cacophony. That's right. I had two commercials running at once. I forgot to kick off simultaneously. It's the first DM mistake today. We can live with it. Probably won't be the last. So so you got the very cool. Let me pull this up again. We're going to start this giveaway. All right, before we get to the action again, this palette of pirate-themed colors for fantasy gaming from Reaper. Bones Ultra Coverage Pirate Colors. That looks a bit like Mary Millie there on the left of that.
Yes.
I like that a lot. So, let me get that giveaway started here. We're not going to do the giveaway here for a couple minutes, but we'll at least get it set up. Let me cancel this one. And for this, your keyword will be paint. So type !paint, and that will get you entered in that giveaway. And it looks like that's all kicking off just fine. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It is gorgeous. All right, and then what is also gorgeous is this very cool temple that you guys have just erected from the sands. I think that is a really neat shot there. I'll probably screen save that. So we got our party. Gimbal already rushed through the doors, swinging off the horn of the creature and checking for traps as he went. So reminding all of our viewers, you have Lilith. This is our amazing druid. Lilith, wave at everybody. You have Ashrin, the somewhat beloved, somewhat reviled NPC. You have the amazing Shorwin, our cavalier, who will wave at us even though he is pining over his mount, his steed. You have Merry Millie, seeker of all things shiny, and also seducer of individuals in our campaign. And then you have Brim, the most eclectic, really difficult to categorize, half ogre. He will rip your...
Keep talking, John.
He will rip your head off while drinking a glass of milk. He is sensitive at times. Okay, you need some work on those, Josh. No, he is sensitive at times, and yet at other times he rips trees from the ground and beats them to a pulp. Yeah, you see what I did there. Yeah, all right. And you guys are rushing through that doorway. So our giveaway, again, is !paint. Then, toward the back of the stream, I'm going to give our viewers a choice. You can have either one of these gorgeous Dragon Crafting Guild trays, in fact, this one, with the beautiful blue dragon's eye. That treatment is incredible. Or you can get a combo pack, which I'll call the Fall Combo Pack. A Blue Box hoodie, like the one I'm wearing, like the one Shorewind's wearing. A Blue Box hoodie, these things are comfortable, they're great. Along with, are you ready? A Blue Box mug for your coffee or your hot chocolate to go with it. So you get a combo pack toward the end of the stream, or you're going to get a DCG tray, whichever it is you prefer to complement your collection. All right, let's get into it. Yes, it is Purdy. Thank you, Robert. And let me pull up the sounds here. Anybody have any questions or comments before we get going?
Yes, I actually had one small question.
Go ahead, Millie.
Because you said we were able to do some things in Hamlet before we came this way. Was I able to pick up my pants that I had commissioned before we left? Because the amount of time had passed that.
Absolutely.
And my hat.
Yeah, and yes, so all of it, the hat, the pants, those you'd commission those. There was ample time in the travel into the Cron Hills and then back to Hamlet for all that to have been completed. So you have all of that.
DM, you get disadvantage. Yeah.
What? Who gave me disadvantage?
I'm just kidding. Mystical said, she said, why did you make it so difficult to choose from? Someone give disadvantage to the DM.
I missed that.
Your giveaway choices are too hard.
All right, so Millie, as you dash through the door of this sand-covered ancient temple that is erected from, again, reminding everyone, this is where they're at, because we had a few folks, I think, that just dropped on recently. You are right at the border between the Sea of Dust and the Dry Steppes. This is a forsaken land, scoured by ancient arcane magics. You have shivered through the night. You have battled through malevolent foliage in this temple erected from these ancient desert sands where you were asked to go by Burne. But as you rush through the doors of the maw of this demonic-looking face, you can't help but notice Millie's accoutrement. Millie, tell everybody what you look like now.
Okay, so I'm very excited. So, she briefly mentioned this when she did her big backstory dump, but she lost her old hat, and it was her very nice, fancy pirate hat. It's kind of has the brim is folded up on one side, and then it adds out on the other, and a feather at the end. So that was what her old one looked like, and it was grey, if I remember correctly. This one is brown, and it's got a very fancy feather up the back, which is actually a quite lovely quill that Hannah obtained from Federum because he had a set, like an ink and quill set that he had saved for someone special. But so she's wearing this very jaunty, like very pirate-looking hat with a feather out the back, and it's well pinned to her head because she doesn't plan to lose her hat again.
And all of you, though, when you suffered through the night with the distractions of Burne, it was really hard to notice this. But as she sashays through the doorway of this ancient temple, you are suddenly just overcome by the resplendent nature of her garments. All right.
Fancy.
See, John notices the hat.
But not the hair.
All right.
I'll miss Brim.
Shorewin, in awe of the hat, trips over a stone as he.
It takes 2 points of damage.
All right, give me your order of entry into the hallway. So Gimbal was already in first.
Shorewin's gonna rush in the front.
I'd be between, it would be Millie and then Shorewin, and then Lilith, I'm assuming, and then Gimbal, and Brim around the back. Asherin somewhere in between there as well.
How wide is this hallway?
Yeah.
It is less than 10 feet, so you can get, you can move to abreast, but you could never draw a weapon in such fashion. So it's pretty much single file here.
And then how tall are the ceilings?
So in this, great question, this area, so I should mention, so the chat is clearly losing one of my players right now. So you see really rugged cobblestones cover the walls here. And they're of similar sandstone to what you saw above. And the ceiling here is about 10 feet tall.
Cool.
This bodes well.
So what's your order? Single file, please.
Millie, Shorewin, Lilith, Gimbal, Asherin, Brim.
All right. So let it be written, so let it be done.
And I will be regularly stopping at intervals to check for traps as we go along, as is my nature to do in places like this.
All right, so you move through there. As you move down, there is a sense of staleness to the air. You clearly are someplace that has not been exposed to open air in some time. There is no sand inside the corridor beyond the sand that actually was blowing through the door. Thank you for the sub, Cali Girl 97. So as you walk through, you head down the corridor. It goes a good 30, 40 feet. There is a sense of just ancient eeriness in this. You are looking for traps as you lead, Millie. You don't see anything, but as you move forward through the corridor, you get to an area at the end of the corridor of the 30 feet, which looks like it tees off into two different directions. And I'll pull that up for you to see here in a second. I'm going to get this over this. My cord's in the way. There we go.
And there's no light in here at all, correct?
There is still illumination coming in through the doorway, but you can see as you get deeper into it, there will be none. It's getting darker and darker as you move down this corridor. Go ahead, Gimbal.
Yeah, so if it's getting dark like that, all he can see, he's going to go ahead and cast dancing lights.
I was going to also ask if there are any torches on the walls or anything like that that are unlit.
There are not here.
Okay.
You see no signs of torches or any such like as you move forward. But Gimbal has his dancing lights that go forward. They cast an odd and eerie illumination mingled with the light from outside. And Millie, you reach a T section in the corridor. And so I'll move everyone forward here. Asherin, Brim, whose mini barely fits in my corridors. Thank you, Atris. Monstrous minis that he gave. Let me pan back here so you can see Brim, monster that he is, coming up the back of the corridor. And you see what looks like a T-section going left and right in the corridor.
All right, so I would like to kind of look down either direction, see if I can see anything that stands out in particular, one way or the other.
So as you can kind of see here, you look down the right, and I'm gonna have you roll a d20 for me, please.
All right. That's a 10 on the die.
Okay, a 10 on the die. Okay. As you look to the right, you see it looks like the corridor goes down about 10 feet and hangs a sharp right. It's at a right angle. As you look to the left, you see it seems to curve in a more swooping sort of an angle down. The same cobblestones, the same stale smell, but no light coming from either direction.
Okay, so looking down this way, they have two options. We have the right, in which I can see it kind of turns sharply.
And you should be able to see this now on your cams, by the way, if you look at your streams.
And then to the left, it is going at a slighter turn, so depending upon what you think is best, all roads seem to be equal at this point.
Anything? Can we hear anything?
All right, as you listen, no, there is just this subtle movement of wind that you hear, and it seems to be passing through and heading outside, like wind is being pulled out toward the mouth that has opened up, maybe an expression of some pressure that was here. Beyond that, the shuffle of little grains of sand across the floor, the heavy breathing of Brim behind you, nothing else can be heard.
Does Gimbal notice any of this as the air is moving through this kind of equalizing pressure? Is there any of it noticed coming through the walls, like there's a hole or crevice in the wall that it might be coming through?
Excellent question. No. As you kind of, you feel the pressure, you look around, it looks like it's flowing equally from both sides.
Right. He'll continue to feel the walls for any kind of breeze as they walk through this place.
Okay.
What was it that he said we were supposed to retrieve? Brim?
You were talking about how we're looking for pieces of the crystal skull, or more of this crystal, same thing we found in that crypt. We're trying to get it first, before whatever awakening it was meant to happen.
DM, it may be dumb to ask this, but can I smell anything different than the stale air?
That's not dumb to ask at all, Brim. So the only thing dumb you've done is your inability to calculate XP that I send you every time. Other than that,
Evelyn's hair.
You're brilliant. You're brilliant on that. All right, so thank you, everybody, all of our viewers. The door did not slam shut. 888. The mouth, the gaping maw, stands open with the sunlight streaming in behind them. No, you don't smell anything else. Just again, the stale air. Sorry, anachronism time here. The funk of 40,000 years. No, sorry. Name the song. Name the song quickly.
What?
No one knows it?
I know this.
The funk of 40,000 years.
Killer.
Yes, okay, but it's not actually 40,000 years. No, it just smells like a really, yes, you got it, Phantom Extort. So I don't do that a lot, but just it felt like it that much. So it just feels a stale, old air, ancient.
Millie, perhaps do you have paper?
Actually I do. I have, one moment, and she'll reach to one of her pouches, and she has a few pieces of paper that she got from Federum a while back, one of which she used for writing a letter. Yes, right here, dear.
Maybe perhaps I'll just make note of which direction we're going in case we get lost.
And you weren't before, Vivi, but you sound a little quiet to me now. I don't know if anybody else feels the same, but okay, all right.
I'll bring it closer. Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. So Lilith will try to start to map what direction we're going, just in case. I don't want us to get lost in here. I really don't know what kind of...
Very wise. Very wise, Lilith. All right. So as she begins to sketch it out, there's still sunlight coming from inside, but then the dancing lights of Gimbal cast illumination, and again, you have a left or right direction you can go.
Does anyone have a preference which way we go?
I don't have a preference, but the way everything feels, I mean, if it's a race to get here, I think we got here first. I don't know what's in here, but I mean, I think maybe our backsides are... I mean, I know you're there, Brim, but I'm just saying.
If we're trying to choose directions, I say it's always best to choose the right.
All right. As far as being consistent.
So is that what you do? You're going right?
And then also, if it helps, I have charcoal in my bag if we wanted to mark the walls instead of write on a piece of paper.
Will the charcoal show on those?
I would assume. I'd pull out one of my charcoal sticks and
all right,
draw on the wall.
So, with the most cautious party ever. This makes me look like a really nasty DM, though how careful. So Lilith is sketching out. Gimbal's got dancing lights. Brim is marking with charcoal. It's like, so you got... All right. Are you going right or left?
Oh, man.
We're going right.
Okay.
And as we step through...
We would like to hold a debate first.
No,
right.
No, it's okay. I love it. You guys are doing great. I didn't mean that disrespectfully at all. I love that. That's a sign of a good experienced party that's been beaten by a DM a few times.
Most of us are only barely level 4, and we've already had one death. Let's not get too hasty here.
So, Brim, and everyone, as we go right, Brim, are you making any particular markings or like a single line?
I was making arrow on which way we headed.
Can you make that arrow really high, like at the, maybe at the ceiling level? Because if anyone else is walking through, they might see it.
He licks his hand and just starts rubbing the stone. Yep. As he reaches up.
And that way, if what's her name comes through here, she doesn't see it.
The one that shall not be named,
Yeah, Halia.
Going right.
All right. Millie, you're leading the way, yes?
Yes, and before I step into this intersection, I'm going to check the floor for traps.
Okay.
Are you checking for traps? I just wasn't sure.
I'm checking the traps.
Are you sure?
But what is a step?
Yeah. All right. You move down the corridor to the right. As you move down to the right, you see now there is no further sand. Everything is the cobbles of this area. You have the sense of being in something of an ancient temple, though to what it was dedicated you cannot imagine. You hear Ashrin behind you. She's just humming some sort of holy song as she goes behind you, but quietly, not enough to betray the party, but trying to bring perhaps comfort to you, or perhaps just bringing comfort to herself. And as she moves with you and you scout ahead, Millie, I'm going to switch back over here to the screen so you can see it. You come to that right-hand turn that you saw before, and there is a darkened room ahead of you. So about 10 feet, so it turns right, and about 10 feet ahead, you see darkness, it's dim,
And I can't see in there. There's no.
You look ahead, and yes, you see. It looks like a squarish room.
All right.
And it looks like there's a figure standing in the center of the room, very still, holding a sword.
Okay, so then Millie's going to turn around and whisper to the party. So, in this room ahead, there seems to be a figure standing in the middle of the room. That's all I can make out, but it seems to be standing still.
Are they giving any heat off, Millie?
Oh yeah, I'm holding the dagger, so it gives my infravision. Am I able to tell if the whatever's in the middle of the room is giving off a heat signature at all?
There is no heat signature.
Yeah. So no, there's no heat signature for whatever that is.
And you don't see any traps leading into the room, do you?
No, I don't.
All right, then I'm going to ask, may I step in front of you and take the lead?
You may.
So we're gonna minor adjustment of position.
Lights go in front of you?
If that's possible, yes, that would possibly give us an advantage.
That and sure, when I believe your eyesight is probably not as good in here.
You would be fairly correct in that statement.
Gimbal will scoot up too so that he can get his lights up there by Sherwin and in front of Sherwin.
Okay. All right. Gimbal, so are you moving in front of?
Yeah, like behind Sherwin so that he can get his lights up there for him.
All right. As he sends the lights forward, Sherwin, you get a good, and hang on here, I want to make sure I have this set up properly. You get a much better angle on it. You see, as I described a moment ago, that there is a figure that stands in the middle of the room, and it holds a sword aloft. It looks like a good-sized two-handed blade that sits in the middle of the room. And let me move this just a bit easier to see and put Shorewin there. It has not moved at all with your presence, and now you should be able to, in a couple of seconds, see the scene that you're staring into. Shorewin, you see this figure as you look in. It's all plate, a plate mail helmet, plate mail pauldrons, breastplate, codpiece, greaves. It's standing there in the center of the room holding a large blade, unmoving. You see, kind of glancing to your side, two piles of bones to the right, to the left rather, to your left.
All right, and so I'm going to relay that information behind. And very carefully and very slowly, I'm going to step foot into the room.
All right, you step into the room. You're now, so apparently saying codpiece really messed up a lot of our streamers. So
How big is the codpiece?
there is ample room. This room's a good, cool. It's a little more than you're seeing here. It's almost 17, 18 feet wide. It's a good sized room. It's about 20 feet deep. There's actually a little more you can see here if you look. There's a wall there. It's a half wall. But there appears to be more behind that as well. Shorewin is now standing just a few feet in front of this armored person that is still unmoving.
And you said the two piles to my left are like piles of bones?
Yeah, piles of bones. You kind of glance over to them. They look like bleached, ancient human bones. Not a scrap of skin or flesh. No items, just piles of human bones.
And is there anything else in the room that can be seen, or is it just those two bones and that figure?
Well, as you look, you can see a bit more. It looks like, as I said, there is a separate piece here that's sort of hidden by a wall behind this creature. So you see the back of the room here, but then there is a sub wall, and there is something it looks like behind that sub wall.
So to make more room in the room for the party, I'm going to move towards my right, keeping my front facing the figure in the center of the room, and kind of moving along the wall so that the rest of the party can continue into the room.
Okay, so you're here, and you can see this, right?
Yep.
So as you're moving along the wall, are you moving here? Are you moving parallel? Are you moving behind?
About parallel should be enough to
About parallel. All right. Gimbal.
Yep. So, and then probably stopping right around that area so the rest of the party can kind of come in.
I got it. All right, Gimbal?
Ooh, I got a bad feeling about this.
You don't say.
I think so. Gimbal's going to move just inside the door towards the skeletons, not on them, but just next to them.
Okay.
Holding up the light, and if anything kicks off that shunt, he's going to grab one of the skulls of the skeleton.
Got it. Millie?
I'm actually going. I'm going to slip back a little bit because I want to go to Brim really quickly before I enter the room.
All right. Sounds good. Lilith?
She will walk cautiously towards the figure in the middle.
Okay. Lilith, she looks back and forth. She was about to walk in. As she sees Millie move back toward Brim, she decides to move to the side of the door and watch the two of them. Millie, you approach Brim. Brim, you move down the hallway, and I got to find a spot he's going to fit in this hallway because he's such a monstrous mini. Boom, there. And so the two of you are speaking now. Millie.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach into my pouch and I'm going to take something out and I'm going to reach up and say, Brim, come to me, please.
He'll lean down.
And she will put the necklace that she found with the +1 natural armor on it around his neck. I think perhaps you could use this for your sake.
What does it do?
It will help enhance your defensive abilities, keep you a little safer, make you harder to hit.
And the cautious kind of exterior that he has whenever going in these situations where he's just kind of always on alert kind of breaks a little bit, and he just gets a smirk to him. And he kind of reaches down and holds the back of the neck and puts his head to her head.
Thank you very much, Millie.
I'd like to keep you intact, friend. And she'll just turn around and walk back towards the room with everyone else.
All right, as you walk back toward, you see Ashrin. She follows behind Millie. Brim lumbering down the hallway. While it's plenty tall, your shoulders do brush against the cobbles. And you see, a bit alarmingly, that Lilith is now standing face to face with this metallic armored figure. Lilith, what do you do?
I'm gonna look at it curiously, but not like touch it, but just kind of like look like in the face area.
All right, as you look in, you gaze, you see where the visor is. There's nothing. There are no eyes, there's no bridge of the nose, there is just darkness.
Does it just look like a suit of armor?
Yep.
Guys, I think it's just a statue.
If the rug told me anything, it's... I don't trust that this thing is just a suit of armor. We should use caution anyway.
If the rug taught us anything, we should not provoke or touch it. In hopes that it does not provoke or touch us.
If the rug taught us anything, it's that Gimbal can make water taste like brownies.
I looked at Gimbal like, what the did you do?
She's like, I want to touch it.
And by the way, and does Gimbal see anything in the bones?
No. So Gimbal, as you look over, you see they are in fact human bones, but there is nothing else but bones. Not a scrap, a thread of cloth, not a copper piece, not a bit of armor or weaponry. Just 2 piles of human bones.
Fun.
We'll pick up a skull.
All right. You lean over. You pick up the skull. The jaw starts to crumble in your hand, but the rest of the cranium is still intact. You hold it up. Nothing else happens.
All right, I think we should leave, guys.
Back the way we came, or are we moving forward? What does this
Burning
mean?
sun?
I don't know. I can't make any more brownie juice. Let's go.
When you say that, you see Lilith's hand like drop away from like the thing when she's about to like poke it. She'll go over to the pile of bones, and if there's something small enough, she'll pick it up and put it in her bucket.
Yeah, you see there's some knuckles. So you pick up some knuckle bones. A couple of them fracture when you pick them up, but there are several that are solid. So you can place some human knuckle bones gathered from a strange temple at the border between the Sea of Dust and the Dry Steppes into your inventory.
Sea of Dust
And Dry Steppes. Steppes. Dry Steppes and the Sea of Dust. Right there on the border. You now have a set of knuckle bones.
Thank you, Jim.
Hey guys, did I mention this is a one-shot?
Question about the suit of armor. Does it look old, or does it look like it's been well kept?
All right, so great question, and Shorwin, you would be an expert in this. As you look at it, it looks pristine. It looks well crafted, but of an ancient style. You see, it's got certain scribing on it and certain flaring that you've not seen anywhere. So nothing that looks familiar to you, but the craftsmanship looks elegant.
So I'm gonna relay that information to the group. Friends, just looking at this armor, it appears either someone has kept it well, or there's a magic that helps to keep it clean. The air in this ruin is stale, yet that armor is shiny. I don't recognize the type of armor, but there's something about this armor, something about this place that we need to be wary of.
Is there seemingly any dust or anything gathered on the floor, on the bones, on the suit of armor?
There is, but it is a thin casting of dust, which you've seen everywhere else in this place. Like, it's not been touched in a long time, but that also it was some place where dust was not entering. So it's just a thin layer of dust. Looked like it might have been left a year ago, but it's everywhere, and the staleness of the air bespeaks something much older.
Alright.
So Shorwin's gonna actually move towards the armor now. I want to get a little closer inspection of it.
All right, Shorwin, you are very close to it now. As you look at it, you see the two-handed blade that it holds. It's a standard two-handed blade, but again of an odd style. The cuirass and the way it just looks a bit different. The armor itself, it gleams. It looks like it's been dusted and clean.
Yeah,
Lilith will look at Sherwin as he's trying to like just him and haw, and she'll look at him and say, "Don't step on the rug."
Panther!
Yeah, I didn't notice that. The positioning of the Mini's blade is right in Shorwin's face right now.
It's a little frightening.
All right, so what do you do?
Do I see?
I'm gonna touch it.
All right, you reach out.
I'm gonna reach for the helm.
All right, as you reach out and you touch the helm, roll initiative, please. You see
Who is it?
The suit of armor suddenly animates.
I was gonna say Shorewood, but it would go to me because Gimbal was the last to roll and he got a 1.
Yeah. So we're gonna have Shorewind do it since he's the one that committed the act of movement. As you touch it, you see the suit of armor begins to move. The glint of light off of it. Actually, something else catches your eye. You hadn't noticed behind it. There's something affixed to the wall, way behind you there. It catches your eye, but you have no time to think as the creature turns and lifts its blade. Roll initiative.
1.
The DM has a 1 as well. Roll again. The DM has a 6 this time.
6.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. The DM has another 6.
Aw, come on.
Did you roll a 6 also?
Seriously?
Okay.
Yeah, don't count.
All right. We are on track. All right. DM has a 1. 1661. Incredible.
Oh my god.
Did you really?
Seriously? A 1.
Oh my gosh! A 1661? You
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let you go first this time. Make sure you're being honest with me.
5.
5. DM has. I got stuck on other dice. Hang on. DM has a 2. You have initiative.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
That was ridiculous.
It really
Cozy
was.
Gamer dice. It was your die that did all that.
You turn toward the creature, gleaming armor. You see there's a red light now that peers through the visor, but it's not steady. It's flickering, growing alternately light and dim. Shorewind,
I'm gonna attack it.
roll to hit.
Okay, I'm using an advantage. 25.
That is a hit. Roll damage, please.
Just barely.
And damage is
Blue box dice off Boogaloo.
an 8.
In a motion of both relief and anticlimactic, you see the creature pulls its sword down, and I mentioned the lights that flickered. You strike it, and it shivers beneath the blow. Clearly, whatever magics animated this creature are ancient, decrepit, and fading. With your first blow, it collapses to the ground in a pile of armor.
And
Do not think it's all going to be that easy.
no. The thing on the wall.
All right, so you look back, and as you look at the back of the room, you see two things. You kind of turn, you see there is some kind of lever here. If I kind of move my camera a little bit better, you'll have a better angle on it. There's a lever, but then against the back wall, thank you, Troll Lord Games, Stephen. Great job this weekend, man. What a great sponsor you've been. Also a great role player. But then against the wall, you see a shield. It was obscured until you touched the creature. But the moment that you touched it, you see a shield. Not quite a tower shield as you're seeing on your screen now, but close. It's a large shield, and it has eyes all over the shield. It hangs on the wall. So you have the suit of armor laying on the ground. You have the lever in the back alcove, and you have this strange shield attached to the wall behind you.
Are we still in initiative right now?
Nope.
I'm gonna walk over to the shield.
Okay.
And I'm obviously this is not something I've ever seen in my travels.
No. No need to roll.
Good. Just wanted to make sure on that.
Okay.
Are the eyes moving? Are they stationary?
As you look at them, they appear to be gemstones with dark centers to look like pupils. Yeah, you don't see any movement, but you definitely sense something eerie behind it. Oh, we got a sub from Troll Lord Games! Everybody give applause to our major sponsor. Thank you so much. So what do you do as you look? Thank you, Pat Draws. Gift subs all around. That is so appreciated. Wow, man, thank you. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna pick it up. Take it off the wall.
All right. Is anyone doing anything as you saw all this happen? Everyone else can talk. Like this is not just the short.
So I'm like,
I'm in the back.
Also quiet. You see Shorewin walks up. By the way, that's not a hint from the DM telling you should. I just like to check occasionally to make sure you know you could. You see Shorewin reaches up. What's everyone else doing?
Don't step on the rug.
Maybe don't touch the shield quite yet, as we have witnessed.
Gimble's gonna be sorting through the fallen armor to see if there's any gems in there.
So I'm gonna pause then, after listening to the other two say not to touch it, and I'm gonna go back to the armor. And this is plate armor?
Yes, this is plate armor. Thank you
it-
so much, Troll Lord. Go ahead.
Is it better armor than what I have?
Well, you've not had a chance to properly inspect it, but you can tell by looking at it if in fact it is what it appears to be. It is clearly a better manufacture, although of ancient sort of styling. It looks like it's stepped out of eons past, but this is fine plate armor.
I have no Phantom. I'm not going to put it on yet. Give me a few minutes.
Is there anything else in the room? I've heard something about a shield.
Yes, there's a shield over here, and there seems to be a lever as well.
Do we have any idea what the lever does?
No, and I think perhaps I should inspect it to see if perhaps I can figure out what it does.
So there's the lever. Shorewin stands, hands hesitantly in front of the shield. Gimble, as you look through, you see no gems in the armor. You just see a sword that fell to the ground. It looks like a fairly standard two-handed blade, but again, you see the same thing I described earlier. Hey, we got another hype train, our second hype train. Let's go. DCG. By the way, we may be giving away one of these Dragon Crafting Guild trays, and we are almost ready for our second giveaway. We already gave away our amazing Troll Lord gift card, and we are just a few minutes away from our Reaper paint set giveaway. So you find nothing else, Gimble.
So Gimbal will separate out, he'll throw one legging over there. Sorry, Sharon. Another legging over there, a helmet over there. He's gonna separate the armor from these.
All right, as Gimble's separating the armor, Millie's inquiring about the lever. Shorewin is slavering on the shield. Lilith, what are you doing?
I don't know. I guess she'll go over and look at the lever
Phantom.
as well.
Phantom gave advantage to all the players.
Thanks, Phantom.
Oh, Phantom, thank you for all the advantage to the players. Redbeard, good to see you. Thank you for the sub. Yes, at a free PDF store. Oh, Troll Lord also, in addition to the gift card, is giving a free PDF from the bookstore for the winner. Aura Noir, Hunter, won that giveaway. So he's getting both of those items. Thank you to Troll Lord. What a fantastic sponsor we've had. I'm
going to ask Gimble a question. Gimble, do you have any way to detect if an item is magical?
I mean, yeah, usually.
This shield, it's unusual. It's not something I've seen before. Could you see if there's any inherent magic within it?
Yeah, and Gimbal will walk up to it, and as he does, can he see Brim?
Yeah, Brim's standing still back in the hallway. But he's
Lilith though, right?
Yeah, Lilith is standing in front of Brim. So if you'll look at your screen, you'll see it there. Brim in the back. Lilith, Millie,
Perfect.
Astrid.
So as Gimbal walks away from the bones, he'll kind of look back towards Lilith and give a smirk, and walk over to the shield and start. Yes, and he'll mutter gibberish in Gnomish. Yes, it does magic. It says, "Do not touch because it will hurt you." He doesn't have detect magic prepped.
That's fine.
Dirty Davy, another advantage for all the players. Thank you, Dirty Davy.
Thank you.
The hype train continues. Wow, fantastic. All right, so Shorewin, you hear Gimbal say this.
All right, I'll leave it for now. And then I'm going to go back to the armor line on the ground and kind of inspect it a little further while we're in here.
All right, as you inspect the armor now, you have a good chance to look at it. It is clearly well-crafted plate mail. And in fact, it's human size. It looks like it would fit you quite well. It might take some adjustment in the bindings and the straps, in the leather, but the actual physical components, the pauldrons, the breastplate, the helmet, all of it looks like it's very similar in size to you. It was clearly, as you saw before, animated by something. There's still a chill in the armor, but whatever it was, the magics had faded. And now this armor lays here. Go ahead, Gimbal.
Now that he's away from the shield,
Yes.
I do an Arcana check on it.
Yes. Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, please. Yes, a detect. Oh, I love that, Antiquus. You did a detect magic illusionist style. That's so true.
I use advantage.
All right.
So I have.
Everybody wants us to pick up the shield.
I have a 26.
All right. So Gimbal, you looking at this, though you've not actually detected magic, though you've tricked him that you have. You looking at it, you sense the craftsmanship here, the way this is constructed. There is definitely some arcane aura to this shield.
He's gonna go ahead and. Can he get? Is it leaning against the wall? Can he get behind it, or is it like real tight space?
It's right up on the wall. We're on our second level 3 hype train of the stream today. Thank you so much to everybody. All right. Oh, wait. I think it's time. Oh, yeah. It's time for our giveaway. Real quickly here, while the players are struggling and figuring out what they want to do, we're going to do our second giveaway. Okay. So we'll have you look at the lever. Type !paint. !PAINT to enter into the giveaway. Oh, thank you, Renreb, for the giveaway for this super cool High Seas paint set from Reaper Bones. So we had our Troll Lord gift card, to which Troll Lord so generously has included a free PDF from their store. That is fantastic. And now we have the Reaper Bones paint set. So type !paint. And that's going to be the second. We have one more giveaway coming, and that last giveaway, you have a choice. Either a beautiful Dragon Crafting Guild dice tray, this one right here. These things are awesome. Or a combination of a Blue Box hoodie and a Blue Box mug, everybody's favorite accoutrement for fall. You can put your hot chocolate, your coffee, your rum and toddy or whatever they call them, whatever you want to do, you can have that all in that mug. All right, players. I'm going to get ready to do the giveaway. No, everybody can join Pat Draws. In fact, on this one, I'm not even giving advantage to subs. Subs will get advantage on the final giveaway, but on this giveaway, everybody, followers, and the winner of this is 5! !Paint, giving you 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pat Draws got in. And the winner is Xtor 467. Oh, congratulations, Xtor. I think I have your information already. Congrats on the giveaway of the paint set. But again, your choice is coming up between the hoodie and mug from Blue Box. I mean, I would choose this myself, but you also have this incredible tray, and I might not choose this because I have several of them already, and I love them. All right. Party, you are in this strange temple beneath the sands, betwixt the dry steppes and the sea of dust. Millie, you look at this lever, and I'm going to put you over there. It looks like it's made of steel, and it's got steel around it, and it can be pulled down.
Can I see anywhere around this lever? Is there a chain running anywhere, or a rope, or anything that I can see that connects to here? Anywhere?
So you look around it, you see neither chain, you see no scrape marks, you see no disturbed dust, no footprints. This has the same covering of dust that you have everywhere else around it. Thank you again, everybody, for our hype train. So we have Shorewind looking at the armor. We have Gimbal standing in front of the shield. We have, oh, sorry, I put Lilith there, not Millie, my bad. Lilith was over here. Millie stands in front of the lever. What do you do?
Now that, so Shorewind's now away from the shield.
Yes.
Now knows that it's well crafted and has some kind of magic to it. So
Yes.
now that he's deemed like, basically he wants to ensure that Shorewind was safe and didn't go grab this thing.
Okay.
So now going to grab it.
Gimbal, you reach up, you pull the shield. As soon as your hands touch it, it immediately dislodges. It is heavy. You are unable to hold it. It falls down. All of you hear a clatter, thunk, 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 as something hits the ground. Your heads turn around. Gimbal is sheepishly trying to prop the shield up on its edge.
You said it was magical and not to touch it. What are you doing?
No, please just grab it.
Since I'm the closest to him, I think I'll
You are?
up and prop it up.
All right, you reach over, you easily grab it, you prop it up against the wall, and you see Gimbal staring there as Shorewind is yelling at him. Brim, Lilith, are you guys doing anything, or are you just taking this all in?
Lilith will go over to the lever and look at it while the commotion is going on.
All right, Lilith, you see the lever is there as Millie props up the door handle. The lever is shiny.
I knew it.
It is interesting. It looks I don't know, like alluring.
She'll turn around and look at Brim to see if he's looking at her.
Brim has started to look through his bag for a book. He pulls out little reading glasses. He found it in the keep. He's like,
I'm gonna assume there's no crystal in that room.
It doesn't seem to be, no.
licks his finger, turns.
But there is a lever.
And as you guys turn around, Lilith is already like,
Oh no!
You pulled it?
She pulled the lever.
She pulls the lever. As she pulls the lever, it kind of creaks on the way down. But as it creaks on the way down, you hear a but it's not very stiff. It just makes this audible screeching sound as you pull it down. And then you hear something which is actually now remarkably familiar to you. You hear the grating and the sound of stone. Everything shakes underneath your feet, and you, Brim, you see something behind you.
Yep. What do I see?
All right, Brim said with such enthusiasm.
Corner, book open.
it's like,
Whoops. As you turn and you look down the hallway, what you see, where did I put it? Hold on here, sorry, DM fail. I can use a substitute.
I'm imagining those half reading glasses.
Yeah, so
too.
they're like this.
The top, yeah.
You
it's a
turn.
cute little puppy.
No, they're way too small for me.
How did you know it was going to be a cute little puppy? It is not a cute little puppy. Brim, you.
Pince-nez and just clip them to your nose.
Yeah, I don't know what I
About
did.
the earpieces.
All right, let me mock something up here to work like what I had. Brim, you see where?
Huh?
And let me go back to our main cam and show this so the rest of our viewers can see it properly as well.
I feel like we should all be joining in.
Brim, where just moments ago the corridor had teed off, where you came from, in fact, you now see something has shifted. the stonework has shifted. You had come through here, just so if you look at your camera here, you had come through a passageway that was right here. That passageway is gone. The place you walked through is now gone. There is now a strange looking door that sits here, and it doesn't look like a normal door. I had a better thing here a moment ago, I don't know where I put it. It looks like it's part of the stone itself, and it sits against its wall. It was not there when you walked in.
He slowly closes his book.
Guys, the lever revealed the door. At the moment, it looks to be a shield door.
Shorin, the shield is safe for you now. I took away the bad thing from it, so it's safe for you now.
So Shorwin's gonna walk over and inspect the shield and lift it and heft it and get a feel for it.
Yeah, I mean, Shorwin, your fortune has been good this day. As you lift this shield, it feels lighter than it should be. The balance is perfect. It's got an ebony front, but you do see again, let me bring it back up for anybody that missed it. You see those eyes that adorn the outside of the shield like nothing you've ever seen before.
Most interesting. I think we will bring this with us. It feels like it could be helpful. A little lighter than what I currently have. So I'm going to take the shield.
Heading to the door.
All right, you have the shield in your inventory now, so just call it the Shield of Eyes, and we can talk about what you may have procured or cursed yourself with or benefited from at some point soon. But for now, in your inventory, you have the Shield of Eyes. Anything else that's being done in this room?
Lilith will let go of the lever and kind of like look at everybody, and then she'll see Shorwin with the shield, and she'll walk over to him and just kind of like bang on the shield like two times. She'll be like, "Nice shield, shiny, like you." And she'll walk out.
All right.
Yeah, when Gimbal hears Brim say that, he's gonna scurry his little legs. Right, Brim!
All right. Anyone else?
Millie's going, since I was helping Gimbal hold the shield up, I'm going to just kind of turn to Shaw and say, that shield looks a bit concerning.
Well, when we get back to town, I'll have it looked at, and maybe we can get a bit more information of it then.
Perhaps. I don't like the look of it, though.
Okay.
Indeed.
All right, Gimbal and Brim. Gimbal, you see Brim pointing at the door that he saw, and it's obvious to you, you know, what has happened. There has been some sort of changing here, whether it's a pivoting of the passage, but somehow the area that you entered in is no longer the same. There is what I described before, a door that sits in the stonework itself, looks odd in its structure, and it was a clear passageway before. Roll D20 for me, please, Gimbal. 19. You also notice there are scorch marks around the door.
Lilith has her map out. She's kind of like erasing and like redrawing because she's.
So is anybody still doing back anything in the room with the armor and the shield?
Quick question about the armor.
Yes.
Would I be able to gather it and carry it, or is that going to be too much?
No, with your strength, you're not carrying very much. It would be a little bit awkward. Do you have a large sack, or what are you carrying it in?
Yeah, so a large sack. Let me remember what I've got here. So it's. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I'd have it with me, because usually a lot of the stuff I would carry with me on Winston.
Right.
So I guess what I'll do is I'll ask the party, is there anyone that could possibly assist me taking some of these armor pieces back? The problem with armor is I can't put it on immediately. It must be fitted to my body, of course, but this armor, there's a quality about it that I think could be useful moving forward.
All right, so a couple things. Not only did I distract our viewers with some earlier comments I had no intent to, just apparently saying large sack has set some of them off in different directions. But so, as you say this, I assume, Sherwin, you're looking at Gimbal?
No, Gimble's around the corner, isn't he?
Yeah,
So I'm actually looking more at Brim and probably Lilith and Millie.
Well, Brim is also around the corner.
Oh, Brim's already gone around the corner.
Lilith and Millie are here with you.
All right, so Lilith and Millie.
I have pockets.
I have some pouches.
All right.
What is it that you want, Sherwin?
Well, this armor looks like it could make a fine addition. As a cavalier, we're always striving to wear the finest armor that we can, and this would be a considerable upgrade, just merely looking at it.
It's very shiny.
Indeed it is. So I was wondering what the best way to transport it out of here.
Shorewin.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, oh crap, are you still there? I give you my promise. If given the chance, on our way out, I will help you carry it. I just really want to focus on the mission at hand.
Very good. And I'll just grab the helm and take that with me then.
Okay, all right. So you grab the helm, you leave the remainder of the armor, and now I assume you're all heading back to the passageway, or is anyone doing anything else in this room?
Well, since Sherwin just asked Millie and Lilith if they could help, Millie was going to grab the gauntlets for him and stuff it in her pouch.
Oh,
most appreciated.
What about the codpiece?
They're shiny.
I do not require a codpiece at this time.
Oh wow, really? What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
I have a codpiece that works quite fine.
Shorewin, are you okay?
All right.
That codpiece is entirely too small.
Sorry, Mystical Unicorn. Did we just go to that new rating? Sorry.
Conversation.
All right. So.
Come back to us, Lilith. Come back to us, Lilith.
Oh no, the giggle fit has commenced. All right, hey, look, for all of our new followers and new viewers, if you don't know this, the real highlight of Blue Box is not the DM. It's not the tables. It is the Lilith giggle fits. When Vivi goes off, that is the highlight of our stream. All right, so you're all in the hallway. You see Gimbal staring at the door, looking at marks on the floor. That's right, Bill.
Yeah, so as everyone approaches, Gimbal he'll be looking at the edging of the door. That's where you said the burn marks are.
Yeah, you see, actually, now as you're looking more closely, there's burn marks around the side and on the floor and even a bit on the ceiling as well.
Okay.
And again, it's not, when I say door, it's not properly a door. I had a better, I don't know what the heck I did with my terrain.
It's not an illusion, right?
No, it's not. It's actually, it's better said to be part of the stone, but in the stone you see the shape of a door, and it's strangely gray translucent.
So if he touches it, his hand will pass through it?
Are you asking or are you trying?
He's going to stand on the edge of it and then touch it with his hand.
All right, as you step to the edge, you touch the door with your hand, and you do see, in fact, your hand passes through it.
Okay. So you see this, guys? And he'll pass his hand through it. And if you look here, and over here, and Brim, if you look up there, so I'm guessing that there's a lot of fire on the other side. Now I can do something to help us be, a little bit more resistant to that. And he'll look at Sherwin, and then look at everyone. There's no stopping. Like, it's a very short amount of time.
I see. Shorewind's going to bump right back into where the armor is.
Okay.
And he's going to rapidly try on some of the pieces that he could, like his the gauntlets. Is that what you grabbed?
Yeah, Millie already had the gauntlets.
All right. So probably the leg armors. See if they can, if there's any close fitting to me at all.
Again, so they're not outsized,
Right.
but it's like the breastplate, and I'm sorry guys, into the cod piece, into the greaves, into the like it won't mesh up together. So you'd be like you can't put the pieces on with your existing armor.
Right.
They're close, but all of it has to be fitted.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna shake my head. Okay, and then leave the armor.
All right. Yes,
Gimbal, perhaps you should detect some magic on this door before we enter.
Wait, Gimbal, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
I remember you very carefully shrunk that large oil barrel down.
Uh-huh.
Do you still have that ability?
No.
Damn.
I had a scroll.
that was good thinking, Shorewind.
Yeah, I had a scroll for that, but it would only work on one item. What were you thinking of using it on?
The armor back there. I'd like to take it with me, but as you said, there's no turning back, and, well, I'd rather stay with the group than stay with the armor.
Ah, yes. Good choice. However, you have a shield now.
I do.
Yeah. So, if I'm right and there's some kind of fire source on the other side, it might be best if you're at the front. How big is the shield compared to him? I'm hoping it's kind of.
You said it's not a tower shield.
That's not a tower shield, but it's a good let's say call it 4 feet long and 2.5 feet wide. So it's a good large shield.
All right, yeah. So Shorewind, maybe if you took lead after I cast the spell and we just run through the wall.
Okay.
Because remember, pass his hand through it again.
Indeed. We can do this.
But we got 2 minutes.
All right. Once I go through the door, which direction would you like me to go?
Gimbal's gonna poke his head through the door.
All right, so you poke your head through the door, Gimbal?
Yeah.
As you poke your head through the door, there is a blossom of fire that comes all around. So close to the door I have Gimbal and Brim, which I believe is consistent with where the minis are. Gimbal, this blossom of fire explodes in the hallway. I need Gimbal and Brim to make reflex saves.
Using advantage.
Yep.
All together now.
Okay, 19.
Nice.
All right, and Gimbal?
Looking at it, reflex is only a +4, I think. So that'd be a 14.
Okay. All right. So, as this fire blasts out, Gimbal and Brim would have been 12 points of fire damage. You both take 6. Gimbal, you pull out, you careen away. You slam against the wall. Heat blossoms down the sides of the hallway. You see this, Shorewind. Asher and Millie, Lilith, you're all just there around the corner. You see some illumination. Brilliant red light. Heat. You hear Gimbal let out a cry. And then the fire dies down. 6 points of damage for both of you. Gimbal, just your quickness saved you there.
On his cry, I'm going to rush around the corner. And get to where he is and ask him if he's okay.
That is an excellent idea, except Brim is standing in the middle there, and even when he tries...
I bounce off of Brim.
Yeah, you bounce off of Brim. Gimbal, as you kind of brush the smoke off your garments, you see the door, which was previously opaque and gray, has turned clear. You can see a hallway beyond it. But you see, it looks like the opaqueness is starting to etch in from the sides.
Okay. He'll take the moment as he's rubbing his face
of probably, his eyebrows and beard is now gone.
Oh yes, gone, singed away.
He looks through the door. What can he gather in the moments before it finally becomes opaque again?
Well, again, you see it's moving slowly, etching in from the sides. You see a hallway beyond the door.
I think it'll blast once the door is reformed.
So perhaps we should go now before.
All right. Well, hurry up.
Let's go.
In front of me, and he'll pull out the scroll and he'll cast the communal resist energy.
So a quick note, I can't get in front of you currently. Grim is currently blocking the way.
Gimbal reads from the scroll. As he reads from the scroll, all of you feel some sort of protective energy hover over you. Who's first through the door?
Who can get to the door first?
Well, right now it's Gimbal and Brim.
I guess Brim.
You're
Brim,
kind of clogging up traffic there.
I did not intend this.
Brim, you have to duck down, but not far. The ceiling's 10 feet. The door's about 9 feet. You duck down. Gimbal, you see Brim vanish through the door. There's a
As soon
bit
as I see Brim go,
Yeah.
I'm gonna rush.
All right. Shorewin, you rush. As you get there, you can see there's a little more gray coming down on the sides of the door. You leap through the door. Gimbal, you see Shorewin vanish.
Shorewin's through, Gimbal's through.
All right, Gimbal leaps through. Millie is running down the hallway. Asherin and Lilith are right behind. Gimbal, easy for you. You're small. You duck down under. The gray is now about a quarter of the way back through the door. You leap through.
I'm gonna try to slip in.
Millie, all right. Millie, let me go ahead and have you roll a reflex save for me, please.
All right.
The gray is...
I'm gonna use my charmed life to add the d6 to that reflex.
Okay.
Save. Okay, I rolled a 6, so I need to roll again. I rolled a 3, so that's 9 points to add to my save. I rolled a d20. So that was a good thing I did that. Okay, so that was 9 plus 7. 16 plus my reflex is 24.
All right, you easily dive through. You kind of curl like a diver. You spin quickly through the door. And hey, thank you, Antiquus. And
Thank you.
you make your way through it without issue. Now we go Asherin. Asherin tries the same. Lilith coming up immediately behind her. So the final two members of the party. As you do so, Asherin, elegantly, she ducks through. The gray is now almost 2/3 covered. There's a section of clear about this big on the door. You're the last one, Lilith.
Got this, Lilith. You're muted, dear.
Oh, I'm rolling with advantage.
All right, roll for me, please.
15?
15.
Oh, thank you.
You get an advantage. All right, so as you move through, you feel your heel touch part of the gray. You feel heat and spark, but you hear the flame blossom behind you into the hallway. You land in a smoldering heap in a new corridor where you see the rest of the party ahead of you. You hear Lilith hit the ground. You have been transported somewhere. Now suddenly the air feels different. It's not just as though you have moved from one room to another. You now somehow feel instinctively you have gone deeper, perhaps 50 feet, perhaps 5,000 feet into the earth. The floors here are more smooth polished. It seems like you have gone into a more ancient part of whatever this structure is, and you see ahead of you a gleaming column of light. I'll pause there before I describe any more.
When Millie hears Lilith hit the floor, she's gonna automatically turn around and make sure that Lilith is okay.
All right, you spin around. You see Lilith, the heel of one of her boots is smoldering.
Oh, well, can go make sure no fire, no fire. Are you all right, dear?
I think so. And she'll kind of reach up to Millie to try to get a hand up.
Yep, and I'll help her.
And then she'll kind of dust herself off and look at Millie. I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to map this.
That's a really good question, actually. This place is very strange, and everything keeps changing.
Are we all within earshot of each other?
You are. And Brim, let me describe while they're talking what you're seeing, and I'll show this to you in a second. You can see up ahead in the corridor, it opens up into a large room. You see strange torches illuminate this room, the first light sources you've seen since you entered the building. But it's not even those torches which gather your attention. There's a semicircular arc to the back of the room, but center in it, there is a blue crystal pool that shimmers in the middle, and there's a column of white energy that extends up, and something shiny sits atop it. You can see all this from your vantage point. There's definitely part of the room which you can't see, but you can see all of this from your vantage point.
I'm going to pull from my bag a fetch. Where was it? One of my torches. I'm going to flip it a few times and stay low, and I'm going to try and skid it along the ground in a direct path towards that back kind of pool.
Okay. You toss a guttering torch across the floor. What's everyone else doing?
Gimbal would just be going over to Lilith and saying, look, if you go like this, and basically he'd be saying, here's a wall, you just put a gap, and then that, maybe like some kind of indicator saying that, like a T with a circle. Or, basically he's saying don't connect the rooms, but just put them side by side.
Go ahead.
So all of you look down the hallway. You see this similar illumination, and you hear Brim muttering. There is some kind of lighting, pardon me, that he's looking at.
Yes, you.
Is this hallway a little wider?
No, it's the same width. But
So
it
it's
opens
still
up
connected
ahead into a
around.
wide room. You can see a wide room ahead.
All right. So
You can always go over or under.
It seems like the crystal might be ahead.
then I suppose we should make our way in that direction.
Yes, it's
And the torch didn't do anything along the ground?
No, it skitters along the floor. It hits right up against the side of that pool that I mentioned earlier, or the glimmering sort of whatever that is on the floor. It's now adding its illumination. But go ahead and roll D20 for me, please.
Sure, adding anything to it?
No, just roll me a D20. If you want to roll advantage, you can. I need you to roll a D20.
Advantage.
All right.
Good. That was a 12.
You see there is another light source off to the side, outside of your vision. So let me see if I can give you a sense of what you should be seeing here from your angle, because you can see everything directly in front of you, but there's obviously part of the cavern that you cannot see. So let me pull that up in a way that makes sense. All right, I think I've got it. All right, get that to work. Sorry, guys, hang on. So thank you for the cheers and all the support, everybody. You guys have been awesome. So you look ahead, and you can see on your screen now, there is this portal, this pillar that is lit in the center. And now that you're close enough, you can hear a steady droning sound that comes from it, kind of a deep and ominous tone. Thank you, Canadian Ancient Gamer. You have been so awesome today. But you do notice, Brim, there is some other illumination, and you'll look where I'm pointing here. You see, it looks like there's additional torches or flickering, and you hear a growl of some kind coming from over here.
I'd like to try and be quiet after I've just thrown a torch into the room. Brim would like to turn around to whoever's closest and
Pass it down the line. There's something alive in there.
So I came in behind him, so I'm going to turn around and pass it down the line. There's something alive in there, per Brim.
gonna be an awful game of
No,
telephone.
please. I'm excited. I want this to happen.
I think Gimbal
I
was
thought about
next.
it, but I didn't switch it.
We're all
I was
kind
this
of
close.
flustered at the moment. Sure.
You said that to Ashrin, right?
Is that who's? No, Ashton's not behind me. It would be you. Your Gimbal's behind me. Didn't you come in after me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Millie.
I was with Lilith helping her up.
Oh, okay.
Oh right. So it would be Gimbal.
It was Gimbal, then me, then Ashwin, then Lilith.
So I turned to Gimbal and say, "Oh, I've already forgotten. There's something inside there."
Gimbal will turn around in a whisper and he'll look at Sherwin and nod his head like he'll turn around to whoever's behind him and said,
That'd be
Brim is alive in there.
very good. All right.
And I'll look back at them like, yeah.
I can see that actually with my
He
eyes.
just wanted us to know he's not dead.
Oh, well, I'm very glad. I'm very glad to know that he's not dead.
So I looked back up to Brim
What-
and said, "They now know, so we can move forward."
What was that about Brim?
I'm gonna die.
Okay,
Apparently he's still alive.
that might have been the
Good to know.
the greatest delay of time in convention history. So for you guys killed
I'd
it.
like
We
to
just
peek
played
into the
hallway
room.
telephone. That was awesome. All right, so what are you guys doing?
I'm peeking into the room. I'm starting to move in and look.
All right, Brim.
Following the line.
As you step into the room, there is the unmistakable blast of heat that
Yep.
comes from that area that you could not see.
Yep.
And a massive ebony hound standing nearly as tall as you with 3 heads, flame coming around each of its heads.
That's such a cool minion.
Something glowing for realsies?
Looks like it is.
If there's any way, if you're saying there's a blast of fire right
Not a blast of fire, just a sense of heat. So no
Okay,
blast,
okay,
but
okay.
like a furnace. You feel a furnace is the best way for me to put it. Right beside you. And now I will show it, and we're going to go to initiative. So reminder, let me tell you everything again that you see here. In this room, there are these torches here to the sides, and one here. There is this pillar on which something silver, like a silver orb, rests atop. There is this beast with 3 heads of flame that has just leapt around the corner. Brim is face to face with it. The rest of the party is down the hallway. Brim, initiative.
All right, that's such a cool mini. Where'd you get it?
I'll tell you later. DM has a 3.
That's a 1.
A 1.
Also, Brim, you got a tier advantage. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just in case you missed it. Yeah.
I did, because I'm terrified.
Brim, the creature leaps at you, and 1 head bites at you. 1 head bursts flame. Another head turns down the hallway, has just the right angle, and bursts flame down the edge. I'm rolling with advantage. Thank you very, very much to all. Like, I've gotten several advantages from the viewers today, including
One more.
most recently Endikaris, and now another one. So I'm using one of the advantages.
As a reminder, Brim's armor class is 1 higher than he gave you earlier because I gave him the necklace.
He's got the natural armor. That's going to help him
Thank you.
with the bite, at least. And Brim, you as this monstrous, slaverous-looking canine head snaps jaws. You can see the emanation of flame behind it. You bring your arm up with a little bit of shielding. You have the last minute. You knock the snapping jaws away. You hear them clap right down by your head. The other head blasts flame at you. I need you to roll a reflex save, please.
Gotcha. Using advantage. Oh gosh. Reflex. That's only going to be a 13.
A 13. Okay. The maw hits you with a solid blast of fire. You take 9 points of fire damage as it bathes your body. Canadian Ancient Gamer. Oh, again, thank you so much. The other head turns down the hallway. It's got a square bead on you, Shorewin. The first coming down the hallway. Yes, sir, go ahead.
2 questions. One, do we still have the heat thing on us from Gimbal?
So that's a fantastic question. It had expired with the time coming down the hallway. Oh, past 66. Oh, disadvantage. No. All right. Let me calculate that here.
As we see it coming around, is there a way for me to pull my shield up and try and cover the party as best I can?
Okay, absolutely. So you stick your shield up. I need you to go ahead and make a reflex save for me, please.
All right. I'm going to do that with advantage, of course.
And everybody got another advantage in case maybe Ancient Gamer just now.
Okay. Reflex. That's a 9. And that was with advantage.
All right, by the way, I'm going to kick off our giveaway here, and we're going to go a few minutes after. I've already cleared this with Jay, Lord Gazumba. We're going to raid into the final parts of the show, the con later, but we can't stop now. So it's exclamation point giveaway, GIVEAWAY, exclamation point giveaway, to have your chance to win either a Blue Box mug and hoodie or this DCG tray, and we'll do that in a few minutes. All right, Shorewin, what was your roll?
It was a 9.
A 9. Shorewin, you hold up your shield. As you hold it up, you feel like you should have been a touch too late. But the shield somehow seems to take the flame as it strikes it and divert it away. No one behind you takes any damage. We go to you, Brim.
I'd like to swing.
Using an advantage. Dang it. Well, that first one I don't think will hit.
Well,
they're the same roll. That's a 14 to hit.
Your blade bounces off the blackened skin of this creature. You feel the heat emanating from it. Thank you for the follow, Raging Blaze. Shorewin, what do you do?
Shorewin's gonna move in. And can I get? I'm assuming I can.
Yeah, that's about 10 feet. You're good. You can still get an attack.
All right, so I'm gonna get an attack. I'm gonna roll with advantage. And that is hella better than my last roll. That's a 27.
Your blade strikes true. As it does, as you get close, you see the blade is now glowing with a pale blue light in the presence of this creature. Thank you for the gift subs, Extort.
And
roll damage for me.
It's gonna be 13.
13 points of damage. Wow. Strong blow. It bites into the flesh. You see black ichor spills out. One of the heads pivots and spins around towards you, snarling as black blood streams out of it. We go to Millie. Millie, you are just a bit too far to get an attack after movement. You're almost 15 feet away.
If I move, can I get close enough where I can see into the room and throw some daggers?
Absolutely. You can move those, and you can still get a single thrown weapon attack. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will throw one of the daggers that I picked up from the camp. So I'm gonna roll this at advantage.
All right. Thank you for all the support.
I got a 15.
A 15?
Yes.
All right, your arrow strikes the creature. Same thing, it strakes along this ebony skin. It's very tough, leathery beyond leather, to no effect. Gimbal.
All right.
You can get in the room. You can make a swift action. You cannot cast a spell when you are in the room.
Canadian Ancient Gamer gave everyone another advantage.
Ancient Gamer, you are rocking, sir. Thank you for the follow, Firion.
Yeah, so Gimbal has to move 15 feet just to get into the room, correct?
Yes, you're about 15, 17 feet from the edge of the room. Now, you can move full movement if you wish to and go even further than that, but you don't have enough time to run in the room and take a full round action casting a spell.
Yep. So, and his full movement's 20 feet, so he only gets, a ton.
But if you sprint, if you sprint, you can move 40.
Hey, actually, my feet, I have run.
Yeah, right. So you can move 40 with that. Thank you, Featherfail.
So run lets me go 5 times my distance.
Well, let's talk more about that later, but you can definitely get in the room as deep as you want to. You've got plenty of room to get in the room here. You just won't be able to cast a spell once you're in. Where do you want to go?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to go if I can by that tower.
Okay, you were standing right by the pillar, the column of light. Ashrin, she runs in. She goes right behind Shorewin, and she holds her hands up to him. Lilith, you can get in the room. Again, same thing. You can move as far as you want in, but you cannot take an action this round with your movement. What do you want to do?
I can't take an action if I just move just to the edge, like right there?
No, because you were the furthest back. You were a good 20 plus feet back. So, I mean, you can call out, you can toss a little, but you can't cast a spell or make a full attack. Thank you for the follow, Gulamash.
And that's another DM disadvantage from him.
Oh no, another DM disadvantage. I'm losing all my advantages. All right.
So I'll just enter the room then and kind of just get a grasp of where everything is. How far away is that a hellhound from me?
He is standing, so let me pull the camera over here so it's a little easier to see. I'm going to move Brim just for the sake of visibility here. So you don't know what this is. You've called it what you've called it. Whether it is or not, you don't know. But this fiery hound of 3 heads, you have Brim on the creature's left. You have Shorewin on the right. You're now standing no more than 10 feet away from it. You can feel the heat and smell the fetid breath. You see the ichor pouring out of the side of the creature. You see Ashrin standing beside like she's ready to cast a spell. You have Millie immediately behind you who just threw a dagger, and you step right in front as the dagger flew past, and you have Gimbal who has sprinted here to the pillar. Initiative. You lost last time, Brim, so initiative is going to go to Shorewin, who is right there. Yay, right. Thank you, Set Monkey. Back to the DM.
No, that was a disadvantage.
Oh, another disadvantage. Oh, the enemies of the DM.
Thank you, Seth Monkey.
Shorewin, the DM has on the die a 2.
3.
You have initiative. Shorewin, you may go first.
All right, it's time. Shorewin is going to go ahead and do Lion's Call. Friends! That's what you are now to me, friends! We fight this 3-headed beast, this monster! We must come through this alive, for if we don't, Winston will be an orphan! Fight with me and we will defeat him!
For Winston!
For Winston!
Okay, I don't normally do this, but I love that so much. Everyone making a melee attack this round, you get to add 1d6 to your d20. You are so inspired by not only the call of Shorewin, but by the thought of Winston, the beloved, being orphaned. And we're going to start with you. Your attack, Shorewin. Or is that a full round? That's a full round action. Never mind, you're done. So you, Brim.
Okay. I will still use another advantage, even though I get that.
Also get +1 now. Don't forget.
Yes.
Oh, +1 as well. Well, that's going to be a plus a d6. I don't think it'll matter, but that'll be a 26.
That is a strong hit. Go ahead and roll damage for me, please.
Wait, and is this creature larger than I am?
It is. The first one you faced. You're getting your 3d6 for the first time! Thank you for the follow, Ramos9988.
I finally get to use it.
All right, what do you got?
Holy crap, that is 12 plus 17 damage.
Whoa. You strike the creature a mighty blow. The blackened ichor spurts out. You're covered in it. It's got a faintly acidic scent. It warms your skin as it strikes you. The creature roars. One of the heads flips over towards you. And we're going to go to Lilith.
Since Lilith is in there, she will cast, where did I just have it? She's gonna summon a swarm of rats.
Okay. How many does that summon?
It just says, you summon a swarm of bats, rats, or spiders, your choice, which attacks creatures within its area.
All right. Suddenly, you see a swarm of rats appear And it's funny because I ran my Greyhawk session on Friday. They were in a sewer, and I had lots of rats readily available to me. So we're reusing some of Friday's rats. And you see,
yes,
you see these rats appear. Pat, thank you for all of your bits, even if we took the last of them. All right, we go to Millie. Millie, you have you can move, you can advance and attack, whatever you want to do.
I would like to move into melee range so I can attack, please.
All right, roll to hit.
All right, and I get to add a d6 to this?
You do.
yes.
Yes!
Melee.
Okay, I'm gonna roll an advantage. For my rapier first, and then I will use my dagger. Okay, that, and then a d6. So that's 25 to hit.
That is a hit.
All right, and that was for my rapier, and now for my dagger. Which I'll roll this advantage too. Why not? That's 24 again.
Those are both
25.
hits. Roll damage on each, please.
All right. So 1d6 for the rapier. 8 points of damage for the rapier. And then 1d4.
8 points on the rapier. Very strong attack. You plunge your blade straight
5
into the
points
creature's
for the
shoulder, and then you follow up with a strike with the dagger. The creature is now flagging. You see where there was just ichor before. Now there are bits of flame leaking out from holes all over the creature. Thank you so much for the follow. Better than heroes. Let's go to Gimbal. Gimbal, what are you doing?
So it's gonna we just got a kind of a question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's that crossbow.
Uh-huh.
Being all the items were offered, does that mean we have it, or because we didn't say anything that it was left behind?
No, you have it all, yeah.
Okay, just making sure because no one actually said anything. We were talking about that.
Thank you, Canadian.
Oh my gosh, Canadian Ancient Gamer. Unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Gimbal is going to go ahead and take a shot with that crossbow.
All right, roll to hit.
I'm going to use advantage. I'm glad I did. I got a 1 and a 10 plus 6, so 16 to hit.
Plus my 1.
Oh,
So 17. Your arrow, it flies true, but again, it strikes that ebony skin, an uncut part. It bounces off of the skin, doing no damage. Ashrin, she runs. Shorewin, you've taken no damage, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I moved Brim just for sake of angles here, but you're actually next to Ashrin, so I'm going to go ahead and move her next to you. This is not actually her movement. This is just me honoring sort of the distances here to be correct. She lays hands on Brim, and Brim, you receive, hey, we got 101 viewers. I think that's the first time we've crossed 100 viewers. Huzzah!
106
right now.
106.
Yeah.
100, so everybody,
so much.
type exclamation point giveaway, exclamation point giveaway. We have our giveaway coming up here in a bit, right after the boss battle of the party. Ashrin is the NPC healer of the party. All right, so she gives you 4 points of healing, Brim. And now the creature will attack. Right, everybody went? All right, one head snaps at Brim. One head snaps at... No, actually the head... Yeah, snaps at Brim. One head blows flame at Millie. One head snaps at Shorewin. Brim, you are hit. You take 9 points. You feel the creature bites into your shoulder, pierces, blood spurts out. It snaps its head back and forth. The one blasts flame at Millie. Millie, make a reflex save for me, please.
Okay, I'm gonna do this at advantage. Thanks to Canadian Ancient Gamer.
All right, and why don't you go ahead and make a reflex save for all your rats, please, Lilith. We'll just do them en masse because they're right there in front of that head.
For all of them?
Yeah, it's
Roll for all?
like as one group, yes.
Okay.
That is a 26 reflex.
Okay. And you don't have the reflex save negates, right? No, right?
I don't.
No, I don't think you do.
I think so.
All right, what was your roll, Lilith?
I'm going to roll an advantage.
All right.
And do I use my own reflex?
Just roll naturally. Just give me the base.
Okay.
Yeah, base roll.
10.
10. Oh no. All right. Fire blossoms out from its mouth. You are going to take half damage on this, Millie. Okay, not too bad. Millie, you take 6 points of damage.
All right.
Lilith, you are dismayed as you see all of your rats. As soon as they appear, they are blasted to cinders in front of this creature and burned to crisps on the ground. The last head snaps at Shorewind.
Did the rats not get a chance to damage the thing?
No, they didn't because they appeared that same round, so they would have attacked the next round. It's all simultaneous action.
No,
so like,
fair.
Yeah, like literally as soon as they appeared, like they had no sooner materialized, and then they got blasted by this fiery maw. Shorewind, the creature's head snaps around. You hold up your shield full of eyes. The head bangs against the shield. It misses you. It is initiative. You get to roll again.
Come on, Shorewind. Come on.
DM has a 3 this time.
3.
For Winston.
3.
A 3. Roll again then. DM has a 5 this time.
1.
Okay. All right, so now we pivot and we change. The 2 heads that snapped last time fire. The 1 head that fired snapped. So we're going to start with you, Brim. A blast of flame blows out at you. Make a reflex save, please.
Advantage. That sucks. Nope, I do not.
Okay, another blast of fire. Brim, you take 7 points of damage from flame. Your skin is singed. You can smell the burning of your own flesh. You do the same, Shorewind.
With advantage. That's going to be 17.
All right, you are able to get your shield up again in time. That shield has already proven highly useful. You take half damage. You only take 3 points of damage, mostly shielded from the flame. Millie, the head.
Millie, opportune parry and post.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
That's a 19 on the die.
This maw comes towards you. You see the razor sharp teeth. Your rapier comes out. You catch it right in its maw, and you twist and pivot it away. We're going to go to Brim. Your attack, sir.
Advantage. And this is not with the D6 anymore?
No.
Right.
That was 1 round.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be 27.
That's a hit. Roll damage, please.
Cool. And 3d6. That's only going to be 14 damage.
14 points of damage. Wow. All right, another massive blow. You cut into the creature. You see one of its legs begins to limp. It's flagging. The flames are starting to ebb. You have definitely hurt it. Let's go to Shorewind.
All right, we're rolling with advantage. And that is going to be a 19.
Is that a dirty 19?
No, total 19.
Yeah, so dirty means total.
Yeah, dirty.
Total of 19. You swing, one of the heads snaps and knocks your blade out of range. You miss. We go to Millie.
All right, I'm going to precise strike this time, and I'm going to do it with advantage.
All right, roll to hit.
Okay, using my rapier. That's a 17, 18. That's
Keep going, you're fine.
27.
That is a hit.
Okay, so I'm going to spend a knowledge point to double that. And then...
Spoils of roasted rat and wine.
Dagger is a 22 to hit.
That also hits. Give me damage on.
23. I forgot to add the.
Give me damage on both. No,
Okay,
we've had no crits or fumbles yet. 1979.
Okay, that's 15 points of damage for the rapier attack
Oh my goodness.
because of the doubled die,
Nice.
and then 8 points for the dagger.
That's going to be
Millie, tell me what it looks
Yes.
like.
Sorry.
Yes.
I said, tell me what it looks like.
Oh, yeah! All right. I'm going to take the rapier and the dagger, and I'm just going to kind of look at this strange creature and it just with a quick slash and a stab, just drive it into the what I can tell might be the most sensitive spot I can to kill it.
All right, so you drive your rapier through the head of the first, and that head slumps over. The creature, the flames that ignite it begin to dim. It snarls, but the snarl grows slower and slower and less violent, but the other head still snaps. And we're going to go to Gimbal.
So this pillar in front of me, does it look solid or more like an energy type thing?
Yeah, it's energy.
Wow.
Sorry, everybody, for the wonkiness with the camera here. I'm working on this.
It's an action film.
Yeah, it's an action film. You're seeing the players as their view is jostled. All right. So yeah, no, the pillar is definitely one of my tripod legs decided to go limp on me today. So wow. Okay, no, don't even go there, guys. Anyway.
God, peace.
All right, stop. Just stop. Stop. That's not where I was trying to go with that. Just let it go. All right. So one of the heads drops, goes limp. Gimbal, what do you do?
Gimbal will first he'll cast a spell, then he'll move directly behind the energy pillar, trying to find a source.
Okay, what's the spell you're casting?
So he's gonna cast another commune energy. Or a commune,
okay.
He's going to cast it on everyone except for, I believe Lilith is a little ways away and myself, so there'll be...
All right, so you center it on the creature. You feel that same protection of fiery energy settles over you, Brim, over you, Millie, over you, Shorewind. Lilith, Ashrin also has it. Ashrin, she will...
I guess for the sake of it, because that's 4 out of... So I may as well have a 5th person in there. So Lilith will get it, so that's 2 minutes each.
Okay, yeah, there's enough radius for that. All right, so you all have that protection. Now we go to Lilith. What do you do? You're fresh off seeing your rats crisp to cinder.
Still standing?
No, crisped to cinders, sorry.
It's still standing though?
Well, yeah, so one of the heads dropped.
Yeah.
2 of the other heads are still up.
Can she get up there and attack?
Yes.
Okay, she'll get up there.
All right, as you get close, you can feel that same heat radiating from the creature. Roll to hit.
Well, she'll attack with her quarterstaff at with advantage.
Oh, Robert, come on, man. One head did in fact go limp, yes.
Plus Lion's Call 19.
You thunk one of the heads, even as it snaps around, it buffets your staff away with a tooth, doing no damage. And everyone went. The creature attacks. The other 2 heads that remain, one pivots toward Brim. And fortunately, you've got... Yes.
We're actually in initiative because I lost last initiative, so the beast went first and we went second.
Oh, is that right? Did I get it wrong?
Yes,
okay,
that's right.
well done, sir. I had the initiative wrong. So we're going to roll again, and you get to champion the initiative once more. DM has a 4.
Well, I lost initiative, right? So it moves on to somebody else?
Yeah, so it goes to Lilith now.
Oh, okay. What'd you roll?
A 4.
You got this, Lilith. Oh.
Cute.
All right.
Beastie goes first.
Okay.
So, fortunately, the head that was struck down last time was the one that had snapped. The other 2 had already flamed last round, and you've already sort of figured out that it can only do this once per every other round. So the 2 that remain snap. One snaps at Brim. That is a hit. Brim, you feel the teeth sink in. Ouch, you take 8 points of damage. Are you still standing?
Still up.
All right. The other one snaps at Shorewind. Shorewind again. You raise the shield just in time. You knock the head away. We're going to go to Brim. Your attack.
Screw you, Shorewind.
I'm going to roll with advantage again. Okay, that'll be very, very high. easily 26 or 27.
That hits. Roll damage.
Come on, 3d6. Do not fail me now. Okay. Oh. Okay, not great on that last one. But that's going to be 17 points of damage again.
Wow. All right, Brim.
Nice.
Describe it for me.
So it bites into me, and as I shove it off, I like clock it with the butt of the pommel of the handle, and then I turn it around in my hand so that the pointed bottom piece of the axe is up, and I drive it up, bisecting the skull of the creature.
Precisely as you said, that head drops to the ground, slumps around. Now we go to Shorewin.
All right, we're doing this with advantage. Come on.
Maybe if Brim wore more clothes, he wouldn't be so squishy. That's so
Gonna
true.
Be a total of 20.
Total of 20. The jaws snap. Almost, it bites a hold of your blade. You feel the power. It would have snapped a lesser blade, but you miss. We go to Gimbal.
We'll just take another shot.
Okay.
He'll use advantage. Natural 20.
Oh! All right, roll to confirm.
Come on.
Might want to use advantage on this if you have it.
19. Oh, wow. I got a natural 19.
Okay. So that means not only a crit, that means +5 on your percentile roll. So Gimbal,
for 19.
roll percentile dice for me.
Let's see.
And add 5 to whatever your roll is. These are the Tim crit tables, the absolutely infamous Tim crit tables.
37.
37 is include the +5?
Yes.
All right, so that's going to give you a 3x2. And remind me, the weapon that you just used was a
Crossbow.
That's what I thought it was. All right, Gimbal. Roll damage for me. Roll a d6. What was the roll?
2.
Oh, 2. Gimbal, your crossbow bolt strikes the creature right in the shoulder where that third head was. As it strikes and goes deeply, you see that blackened ichor fountains out of the creature. It thumps over and slumps to the ground. It is dead. There is still the smoke in the air. There is the sound of the torches, false flame that gutters. You can smell the acrid stench of the creature now dimmed with no light coming from it. And there is still the droning of that strange pillar with the floating silver orb atop it.
This creature, is it like a rock type? If Gimbal runs up to it quickly, is it like a rock type skin? Is it kind of more lava?
No, it's fleshy, thick carapace, but fleshy.
Okay. Okay. That was all he was wondering.
All right. What's everybody else doing?
So Shoreward's going to move towards the pillar.
Okay. Shoreward, again, as you approach it, you see that strange azure base that glitters. The pillar of light floats above it, and there is a silver orb. Now that you're closer, you can see it's a complete sphere, about yay big, bigger than, let's say, call it slightly bigger than a hickory nut.
Does it appear to be crystal type?
So are you referring? Thank you for the follow, Sigiled Hawk. Are you referring to the pillar or the orb atop?
The sphere. The sphere.
You can't tell from here. It's glittering silver. That's all you can see from it. Because it's about 12 feet up.
Do we want to make an attempt at the item up there?
I'm saying that to the group as a whole.
I mean, if someone gets on Brim's shoulders, it should be easy enough to grab.
But DM, does it look to be similar to the crystal skull that we saw from way back when?
Yeah, so I think that's kind of what he was asking, and I'm saying it's tough to see from here. And Brim, you sounded a little bit quiet there. I don't know if it was just me, but I mean, all right. You can look at it. It looks like it might be the right size to fit in an eye socket. I'll put it that way, but it's a different color. The sphere, the skull glowed green. This is silverish.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can try for it. Does it look like there's some sort of arcane protection? Because that's what I would assume this light is.
Possibly. Hey, is there anything in the room that might help us? And DM, if I saw correctly, isn't there like a chest behind this here creature?
There is. So there are the torches. There is a chest against the wall standing where Brim is. There's the corpse of the creature you've killed, and then this strange pillar which hovers in the room.
Really? Maybe you could check this here. Maybe there's something in here that would, I mean, there's got to be some way to disarm it.
Sure. I will go over and check the chest for traps. And if it's not trapped, then I will take out my lockpick set and try to.
All right. You look for traps. You do not sense any traps.
All right. So then I'll pull out my lockpicks and try to unlock the chest.
All right. As you unlock the chest, you see there are several things in there. You see there is a necklace with what looks like a skull on the end of the necklace. We can talk about that in a second. There's a ring. There are 4 large emeralds. And you see a pile of gold coins, but their mint is nothing like you've ever seen. They have the head of some human that you've never seen before. The edges are gilded and crenellated.
How many gold coins did you say?
As you kind of rummage through them, it looks like there's probably 200 of these coins.
Okay.
But they're heavier. You have no idea their value.
Okay.
The pillar still drones. The amulet, as you look at it, what you pulled out, it has a black skull. And on the black skull, there are a pair of eyes that seem to glow with green. So different, again, what you saw Halia had, it was a green skull. This is black, but the thing that catches your eye, there are 7 small points like horns that go along the back ridge of the skull that sit on this amulet.
Small. Okay.
Can I, when she pulls that, when she's looking at, when we see that or she pulls it out, can I do like an arcana check on it?
Yeah, go ahead and roll knowledge arcana for me.
Yep. And I'll do that at advantage.
Make sure you type !giveaway. We'll be doing our giveaway here in just a minute.
I got a natural 20 and knowledge arcana adds 9, so 29 with a natural 20.
Wow. Gimbal. Not something I had intended to share, but let me just put it this way. There is something that tickles at the edge of your knowledge. You remember reading of a demon lord that had 7 horns, but you can't place exactly where.
I was wondering if I recognize the person on the gold coins at all from any of my...
Go ahead and roll knowledge history.
All right.
And as soon as Gimbal recognizes this, he'll immediately
you tell Millie not to pick it up. Like, Millie, don't pick that up. Wrap something around it. Don't touch it.
Natural 20 for my knowledge check. And you said history, so that's a 22.
So, you guys with your natural 20s on your checks here, you recognize this. Similar to what I said to Gimbal, you can't place the name, but this profile and the structure of this coin, you recall this belonging to an ancient Sul leader, S-U-E-L, one of the Sudanese, part of those that inhabited the sea of what is now known as the Sea of Dust.
Lilith will go over to the hound, and she'll drop down to her knees. Does it feel like hot, like fire hot, or?
No, it's a strong warm now, but not fire hot.
Okay, so she'll go up to the hound, and she'll kind of drop down to her knees and pick up one of the heads and put it in her lap, and she'll lean forward and put her forehead to this thing's forehead. And you don't hear her, but you can not really. You can't really hear what she's saying, but she does whisper something quietly to it, and then tries to remove a tooth and put it in her pocket.
All right. As she's doing this, as Millie is going through the chest, what is everyone else doing?
Anyone want to help me reach for this orb?
And I'm gonna kind of, I start to lift my great axe to almost put it into the light just to test it out. If anyone wants to stop me.
If anyone wants to stop me.
Oh, good.
Well,
Lilith, she can't. She's busy.
Can I actually, so I'm just gonna drop the neck, like I didn't like pick the necklace up or anything, but I'm gonna, or no, I'm not holding it. I put it down. I'll snag my dagger off the floor and I'll say, Brim, we can, if you're trying to test that, you can, I have a bunch now that I found at the fort. Maybe you can just dispose of this dagger if you're worried about your axe.
I pull out. I'd like to still keep my distance, so I pull out one of the javelins I took from the fort and just kind of like wave it into the light.
All right. As you wave it into the light, there is a jagged arc of electricity. It does not go through the wooden spear, but you see it arc along the tip of the spear.
So it either enchanted this thing with electricity, or it'll shock you a good bit.
If you touch the light.
So I can either run and jump and try and grab it, or I can try and poke at the orb and push it out of the light and someone catches it.
What's the ceiling look like?
The ceiling is about 20 feet above a dome.
I'd be willing to try to catch it. My reflexes are pretty good.
Do we see anything else that could give us any sort of inkling that there is a better way to do this?
I'm not sure what kind of question that is. I can't answer that.
DM, player to DM.
Good try.
Then yeah.
Like OOC.
Yeah.
He's going to take out one of his bloodied shirts that he's kept on him because he hasn't gotten rid of it yet, for whatever reason, and put it around the blade so that it's not metal hitting crystalline material. And he's going to try and push it out of the light.
And I'll stand on the other side to try to catch it.
Brim, your reach is just long enough. You hold the spear up. Millie,
And actually, I have the section of rope that I have stuffed in my pocket from the mage. I'm going to use that to try to kind of catch it.
All right, you pull this out, and you make the attempt. Brim, as you reach up, you go to tap with the spear. Brim, I'm going to have you roll the d20, please, and add your dex to it.
Am I allowed to use an advantage?
Yes, you are. Your dex bonus, by the way, not your whole dex. That sometimes confuses you guys.
Sorry, my what? You broke up.
So roll
dex
d20, add your
modifier,
dex
not the
bonus.
actual stat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank gosh. Well, that's a -1 for Dex, so that'll be a 13.
Okay. Yes, you do smack it. But even as you smack it, you feel a push from the field. And instead of tipping it right toward Millie, you tip it off the edge to her right. So, Millie, you see this sphere come cascading down. I need you now to make a Dex check.
Okay, so I'm actually going to roll this at advantage.
All right.
And Dex, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Come on, advantage. That's a 17 on the die, plus my Dex is 21.
All right, so, all right, Millie, you dive as you see this sphere holding this cloth out. You grab it. You nestle it gently, like catching an egg. As you strike the ground, you manage to grab it. As soon as you do this, the droning sound disappears. The pillar vanishes, and suddenly all is silent in the room, except you see there is now where the portal of blue once stood. There is now a clear-looking liquid, and as you look into it, you can see the sands outside the same place that you entered in. It takes no brilliance to realize this has now become a portal to exit.
I don't know about you guys, but we do have this, and she's holding up the hourglass. I don't know if we should trust jumping in there if we have this.
Don't we need sand for that to work, though?
Yeah, and she'll tap her pocket, and she's like, "Yep, I got you."
I see. Well done.
As you talk, like somebody roll a. See, so who's closest? I've got Brim, Millie, and Shorewin. All three of you roll d20 for me, please.
All right.
At advantage.
At advantage.
Not at advantage.
Okay. 15.
4.
You see big eyes, human eyes, wide, looking now up through this portal.
Do we recognize the eyes as they're...
You don't, Shorewin.
Okay.
Lilith.
Do any of the other of us see these eyes?
So through this portal, as you're looking, it is at that moment you realize you see a familiar form come up through the portal. Halia
Oh no!
stands now right in the midst of the portal.
Let's use the hourglass
And-
now.
Get the chest.
I did immediately put the orb in my pocket.
Yes.
By the way, after
Yes.
I caught it. So
Yes.
just so you know, that's what.
Yes,
it is.
you did. You did. As she pops up, you see that familiar, exquisite physique, perfect features, neatly coiffed hair, ebony robes, silver chains dangling. She smiles. Thank you. Thank you so much. I had no desire to dispatch of these denizens myself, but you were ever so helpful, Lilith.
She's gonna just shout like, "Timmy, quick!" and then she'll try to.
All right, as you do that, I need everybody roll d20. This is going to be a will save.
Better.
Doing this
At
at
Do
advantage.
advantage.
I would suggest it.
All together now.
Nat 20.
Ooh, 19.
16.
I need your totals. What are your totals?
21.
It's a reflex save. All right, so we have a 21.
reflex.
Oh, reflex?
But wait, if it's a nat 20, I don't need to know your total. Nat 20 is a nat 20.
Oh, you said reflex save?
Yeah, it's a reflex save.
Oh,
I'm sorry, will
23.
save. I'm sorry, will save. I meant will save. Yes.
16.
Okay. And sure, when you had a nat 20, right?
Yes, nat
All right.
20.
Lilith?
19.
19, that's your total?
Oh no, plus 6.
Your will save, so you have a 25?
25.
Okay. Gimbal?
23.
23 total. All right. And Brim?
8.
All right. Brim and Millie, you both feel yourselves suddenly frozen in place. Lilith, you had a 25, correct? Mm-hmm. All right. So Lilith, not 20. So Lilith, Brimble, and Gim, you could still move, but you see your companions are frozen. We go to initiative.
All right.
Initiative goes to Gimbal, I believe.
Gimbal, yeah.
You got this,
That's not
Gimbal.
good.
Yeah, it is. I got faith in you. I got faith in Millie next time.
Gimbal got a 1.
A 1, and DM has a 6.
Oh.
All right. As this happens, you see she looks surprised to see 2 of you still moving, or 3 of you still moving. She curses. You have grown in more power than I thought. Let's try it this way. And she pulls out something, and she takes a wand of silver, and she points it straight at, let's see here. So you got Millie on this side, Lilith and Brim on this side. She points it at Lilith and Brim. I need each of you to make a will save again.
Roll an advantage.
Gosh, dang it. Okay.
Yeah, use advantage.
Okay. Starting to run out of them. So
That's a 6.
All right, Brim, you feel, instead of just seizing, you feel your joints go cold. You see frost covers your arms. You feel literally like you've been frozen and rooted to the spot. Lilith, what was your roll?
23.
23. Lilith, you resist. You feel yourself growing cold, but you fight it off. We now go to Shorewin. What do you do, Shorewin?
Straight at her.
Shorewin leaps forward with cavalier heroism. Roll to hit, sir.
That's gonna be 27.
Nice.
27.
No. 23. I'm sorry.
A 23?
Yes.
Okay, 20.
25.
What
Jeez, my math
can you
is
make up your
terrible.
mind?
16 plus 9 is 25.
25. Okay, a 25 hits. Roll damage.
That is a 11.
11. As you strike her, you see that there is what looks like a crystalline substance that covers her skin, and part of it flakes away. She curses, but you don't actually see a mark on her skin. So you damage some sort of protective coating that she has, but you did not actually damage her. Lilith, what are you doing?
Lilith will cast Flare.
Okay.
And that's, I don't think I have to roll for that. It's instantaneous.
Thank you, Canadian Nation Gamer. I'm sorry. Viewers don't have that power. All right, so go ahead. What were you saying?
I said I cast Flare and it says it's instantaneous, so I don't think I have to roll for that.
No, you don't have to roll
for that. She needs to make a Fortitude negates spell resistance, yes. Cantrip creates a burst of light. If you cause the light to burst in front of a single creature, the creature is dazed for 1 minute, unless it makes a successful Fortitude save.
Okay.
And if you do it at advantage, it adds to your DC, by the way.
Correct.
Okay.
Plus 2.
Adds 2 to the DC, and I'm going to roll her save at advantage as well.
What is
Canadian Gamer did disadvantage.
What's that? Huh?
Canadian Ancient Gamer disadvantaged Talia.
Well,
He said all this stuff and then slash disadvantage.
I know, but I have more advantages than disadvantages.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna. I don't do that to the players. But thank you. That was well done, Canadian Nation Gamer. But I still had a couple of extra advantages. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway. All right, so you cast the spell. The blinding light flashes in her eyes. She cackles. Save your parlor tricks. Oh, and give me back my brush. It's done all I needed. Initiative.
Knew it! it my initiative now?
Oh,
Yeah.
DM with a 6 on the die.
Come on,
oh
Millie.
my gosh.
Show us a 6.
I just did. Didn't you see it?
No, not you.
That's with my swashbuckler's initiative. That's a 7.
Eat it!
All right. You have initiative.
What?
Shorewin.
Didn't go last.
Oh, Gimbal didn't go last turn.
Wait, Gimbal. Oh, yes. No, I'm sorry. Gimbal, go ahead. Yes.
Canadian Shigeru just gave you 3 more disadvantages, by the way.
I think that wiped out all my advantages. All right, if anybody wants to give the DM more advantages, I think I'm out. Gimbal, what are you doing?
Yep. So he has, due to the level up, because he didn't know he was going to get the staff, learned the spell Darkness. So he'll utilize that because it's actually only a 20-foot spear for the spell
Right.
he knows. So he'll cast Darkness on an object, preferably like right behind her, so that she's engulfed in it. I'm not trying to get the Wayward Bolt in the darkness.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
So he's gonna thrust a hand forward. He's gonna yell, "Get to the chest!" And he'll say, "In the darkness, you have fallen," and cast darkness right behind her to put her in the 20-foot radius, so a little ways behind her.
Yeah, I've got it here, and we'll just put something up. That's the quickest thing I could find. So you've got that radius of darkness behind her, also catches her in it, and now we go to the next round. Shorewin.
All right. I'm going to use a swift action to challenge. So, as a swift action, Cavalier chooses one target within sight
Right.
of challenge. Cavalier's melee's attacks deal extra damage whenever the attacks are made against the target of this challenge. This extra damage is equal to the Cavalier's level. I can use it once per day.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and attack with advantage. That's gonna be, I want to do my math correctly this time. That's 23.
23. You catch her eye, even as Gimbal's darkness covers her. You saw her head pivot in your direction.
All right. So does that mean that I hit her?
Yes. So you know your Cavalier's call, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then can I still attack? That's a
Yes.
swift
That's
action.
she'll still get an attack.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
Canadian Ancient Gamer, man, you are unbelievable today. Thank you to all of you. A giveaway is coming in just a minute. The players are it's all taking a little longer than I thought, but there's no good place to stop, so I'm not stopping yet. Go ahead.
27 for the attack.
That is a hit.
All right.
Roll damage.
I'm gonna roll. So that's gonna be 15 points of damage.
Oh, okay. As you strike her, right as the darkness descends, you hear shards of crystal shatter to the ground. She lets out a curse of surprise. Clearly had no idea who you were and had not intended to engage with you. And we now go to Lilith. So you're still frozen, Brim, and what? No, actually, Gimbal, weren't you held on the first attack?
No.
Nope.
Oh, I added 23.
Okay, so Millie was the only one on the first attack. Oh, I
Millie
thought-
and Brim.
Brim.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. All right. So go ahead.
So how far is Millie away from Brim?
Oh, she's 15, about 17 feet.
Yeah, I'm right beside Shorewin.
Yeah,
basically.
she's on the opposite side of the room.
I guess she'll. It's ranged. I guess she'll strike her with her. If she can get close enough. How far away am I?
Yeah, you've got enough room. That's only about a 10-foot range for you, so you can still get an attack. You're swinging sort of into the darkness.
Oh, I can't see her at all.
No, you can't see her now, but you kind of remember where she was, so there'll be there'll be a minus on the attack.
Okay,
But
okay. I'll roll at advantage.
Okay.
Oh, they're both 16 plus. What is it? My weapon.
Thank you, Camelise. I needed one.
No, I think I just got 17.
17. No, you swing into the darkness. You miss, connecting with nothing. Gimbal, it's a new round. What are you doing?
Oh man. If he was to, because he's right by the chest, if he tugs on it, is it heavy?
Yeah, it's very heavy. Iron-bound, thick wood.
He'll take a shot into the darkness where he remembers her being.
All right, you fire your crossbow into the darkness. Canadian Ancient just took away my advantage.
We'll do it with advantage.
Hey, we need a BAM as spammer, Millie. Ancient Gamer.
I gotcha.
Yeah, Canadian Ancient Gamer. He needs to be. He keeps taking away all my advantages. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Lilith, was that attack with your staff?
Yes.
Your base attack bonus at level 3 is a +2.
Oh, +2?
Yeah, it's a +2.
16, 17, 18.
Plus
And I don't
your
have.
strength. If you have a modifier for your strength.
I don't think I do.
She doesn't have a strength modifier, and swinging into the darkness, yeah, she wouldn't have even been
Okay.
close. But
I
thank
just
you.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's a +2.
+2? Okay.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
So Gimbal, your shot.
14.
Okay, you fire your crossbow bolt into nothingness. It does not hit. You hear a cursing from the darkness. She then cackles. Thank you so much, Gnome, for my element. I love operating in shadow. And there are tentacles that shoot out toward Shorewin and Lilith. I need each of you to make reflex saves. Shorewin and Lilith. You see black tentacles shoot out of the ground, almost like they grew from the darkness.
Okay.
I'll
Rolling with
use advantage. Yeah.
Yep.
20.
There you go, Mystical Unicorn. Sorry, I shouldn't have given it to you earlier. Is that a total of 20?
Dirty 20.
A dirty 20, okay.
What did you say? Sorry, reflex?
Yes, reflex save.
Dirty 20 as well. 16 plus 4.
Both of you feel the tentacles come up on your ankles. They cinch, barbs hold down the sides of your ankles. Gimbal, you are now the only one that is free, although Shorewin and Lilith are both still in proximity. So you can still swing into the darkness. And so now everything the DM is at disadvantage on this next attack. All right, thank you very much. Not really. We go to initiative.
All right.
DM has a 5.
Come on, Millie.
I have a 4.
That includes your bonus?
Yeah, that includes my bonus.
Oh, what?
Okay. You hear no more laughter. You hear her say, "You wish to play games? Then you will taste the power of the Brotherhood. So be it." You see, suddenly you hear a and she reappears directly behind Gimbal. Gimbal, as she appears behind you, in an immediate action, she reaches out to grab you. I need you to make a combat maneuver defense, so roll, actually just tell me your total CMD, rather. And I'm going to make a roll here for her.
So my CMD is 14.
14, okay. And I'm gonna have to roll this at disadvantage.
Oh, that's another. That's 2 more disadvantages for the DM.
All right, well, I'm at disadvantage for the next couple of times, but that one. Gimbal, you feel you're clutched from behind, and you see an ebony dagger placed at the base of your throat. Even as this happens, the holds are released, the vines dissipate. You all turn, and you see Halia with a dagger to Gimble's throat. Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, Ashrin had also failed her save. She is released when this occurs. Just give me the eye, child. She looks at Millie. And your friend lives. If not, the poison on this dagger will end his life. This is not a question or a suggestion, it is a certainty. I think you know me well enough not to try me.
You know, Halia, dear, you vastly underestimated us before, which was your misfortune, I do believe. Do not trifle with me, love. I do not take kindly to my friends being threatened. And if I can react fast enough, I would like to throw a dagger right at her face.
Okay, all right. And again, you recognize, okay, all right. So you can absolutely make an attempt to do that, and we're gonna go ahead and roll. So she's got the dagger. Let's see the best way to do this. Roll a d6 for me, and let's make this a base d6.
All right.
You're trying to sort of catch her by surprise with this.
Mm-hmm. 3.
DM has a 5 on the. What'd you say?
3.
A 3. As you throw the dagger, she giggles and she pivots Gimble's body right into its path. The dagger strikes Gimble in the shoulder. Gimble, you take 3 points of damage. Millie's dagger digs into your shoulder, but now you feel the point of Halia's dagger up against your neck.
I feel the point. Has it punctured?
No, but you can feel like the tension of the skin is just that close.
So,
Phantom gave everyone advantage, by the way.
All right, everyone has another advantage. I think I got an advantage from Camelise, but I still was down 2, so I still have 2 disadvantages.
And Pat disadvantaged you after that.
All right, so I'm down 3. She moves, pivots herself back toward the body of the fallen creature, where now she's kind of covered, and let me show it here so you can see a little bit clearer. She pulls back to the body of the fallen creature, so Gimble now is in front of her. You see the dagger pointed so closely. Yeah, I have, in fact, misjudged you. I make no lie of this. I am smart enough to learn from my mistakes. If I must simply slay one of your most important and flee, I will hunt you down later and get what I seek. Or you can try your hand at leaving here and give me what I ask for. The choice is yours.
You kill him, I smash this orb into 1,000 pieces, and then it does you no good, girl.
You think you can do this? You don't know what you hold. You cannot crush it. You cannot destroy it. You are a silly child. You play with things you don't understand.
I am no child.
Make your choice. I will tarry no longer. Mine is made. And she holds out. So she's got the dagger against his throat. She, with the arm that's reaching around his neck on the other side, she's holding an amulet in her hand. What do you do?
Is she wearing any metal by any chance?
Yeah, she's got those silver chains that are dangling from her. You saw those. She's got an amulet, probably is metal. She's got that dagger. You're not sure what it is. It's got a black blade on it.
Can I...
Gimble's gonna reach. He's gonna slightly have his hand up. He doesn't know what's gonna happen. But if something changes, he's gonna try to grab that amulet. If the dagger is removed from his neck, he's going for the amulet.
Can I cast a spell or no?
Okay, so you can. Like, I'm giving you all. You sense that she's very serious. Now you can do what you want. Right, this is your show, but she's got that dagger. It is put so if you start to cast a spell, she's going to hear it. If you start to move an arm, she's going to feel it. If you draw a blade, I don't want you to feel like you're being this is not the railroad part. The railroad maybe is early. This is, you guys do what you want to do. I just want to make sure you understand this is like somebody having, a gun to your head, their body in between. You start making movements, they're going to see it. Now, you could call her bluff. Perhaps she's not serious, you don't know, but looks pretty serious.
Yeah, Gimble's trigger is if the blade is removed from the neck, he'll go for the amulet, but otherwise he's not.
All right, yeah. So it is hashtag save Gimble 888. I just need to know what you guys are going to do. Is somebody going to make a motion? Are you going to surrender what she's asking for? She's not told you if you speak another word she's going to kill him, but you can sense any threatening movement. At least she's threatened that she will.
She'll look at everybody in the group.
I have the cloth in my pocket. So...
How do we know you're going to let him go if we give this to you?
I don't give my word often. And I've never given my word to you before. I will give it to you now. If you give me what I ask for, your friend will not die.
Why should we trust you? You've proven yourself untrustworthy. With our only interaction with you, why should we trust you now? Your word means nothing to me.
That's fair enough, but it seems, one, you have no choice, and two, I've never lied to you. Even if you think back to everything I said before. I am what I am, and I make no pretense.
What does the Dark Brotherhood have to offer?
What?
I've seen no good from this human world.
Oh, you cannot understand. But perhaps in another time and another place, I can tell you, you may be very interested. I think you would find some of your wounds could be healed. Not the wounds on your skin, the wounds on your heart. But I tire of this, and frankly, my own time runs out. So make your decision, your friend or the eye.
Let him go and we'll give you the eye.
Give me the eye, and you have my word I let him go. I did tell you about the brush, didn't I? That should be a show of goodwill. You might want to get rid of that.
Even as she says this, immediately to your mind, the words of Burne talking about a resonance in his study. All of a sudden, all of it makes sense, that she has known everything you have done, every place that you have been all along the way since you first met her.
This is why I don't like shiny things. That's the exact reason.
DM, I just sent you a message.
Okay.
Text message.
A text message. All right, let me see here. And we are now way over time, but that's...
Because our amazing showing today, we get a minor fate chip, and we use that now.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, DM.
Go ahead, Millie.
Alright, so I'm going to pull the red cloth out of my pocket.
No, Phantom Ashran was not the spy.
That I had the orb wrapped in.
All right. You hold it up, and let me have you make a... let's see here. Let's make a dex check on this, please.
Alright.
And I'm going to make a perception check roll for her as well at disadvantage.
That's a natural 20.
Yes.
She says,
lay it there at his feet.
And when I had captured it, I tied it up to make sure that the orb wouldn't. So I lay it very gently by his feet.
As you lay the orb at his feet, she still keeps the blade tight against his neck. You see, with remarkable dexterity, she flips the bundle of cloth up, and she catches it in the crook of her arm, and she smiles and says, "I promised you he would not die, but he's coming with me." She snaps the amulet away from her neck, and she vanishes into thin air as green light emanates, and suddenly she is gone. Gimbal vanishes with her.
Can I... any infrared, anything, or just gone?
You look around. You see nothing. Just gone.
Question, DM.
Uh-huh.
Was the blade to Gimbal's neck the entire time?
The entire time, yes. I think I mentioned it a couple of times. Like,
Yeah,
she was
I just
very
wanted to double check.
careful to keep that tension on your neck, and I did make some checks on that along the way. But yes, if you had ever felt that blade move away, I would have told you. But again, in that sudden flash of energy and light, she vanished, and as she vanished, Gimbal disappeared with her. Antiquitous is now convinced that Gimbal is the spy.
Lilith, darling, quickly throw the brush to the portal.
Yes.
She'll throw the brush.
All right, you see the brush, it hits, and you see it, now you can see it drop through, and you can actually see it laying in the sand on the other side of the portal.
We need to get back to the wizard. He can help us.
That blasted winch might have Gimbal. Millie reaches into her pocket, and she pulls out the orb. But she doesn't have this.
She'll be back.
Brim looks stupefied. Shorwin's just arching brows.
Brim has moved forward and he's grasping at the air where they were.
Okay. Brim, you reach, you grasp, you feel nothing there.
As Brim is doing that, she can sense. She'll call everybody. That's just Shorwin and Millie. She'll kind of like just motion towards to get closer to Brim, and then she'll put the sand in the.
He's turning back towards that chest.
Why?
We have to get
to the wizard.
So
the
that we
wizard
can get
help
Gimbal
us.
back.
I would be doing this as you're kind of like grasping at the air, so you don't see that I'm trying to make sure that we leave. Because I know that you probably wouldn't go willingly.
We have to get Gimbal back.
Agreed.
I did what I could to solve this problem, but we have to get Gimbal back.
All right, so what do you do?
Lilith puts the sand in the hourglass and stands next to everybody.
All right, Lilith, as you place the sand in the hourglass, as Milith holds the silver orb aloft with a smirk of triumph on her face, as Brim still wanderingly just sort of grasps at the air, and as Shorwin elegantly practices his arched brows. The hourglass begins to shimmer and shine. As it does so, you see there's a blue light that hovers over you, very similar to what you saw in Burne's study. As it does so, that same swirling, that same energy, you see the ground around you begin to recede. The torches begin to fall away in the distance, except without Gimbal. And that is where we will stop tonight. Thank you very much, all of our players, all of our viewers. You guys were so awesome today. It is time for our giveaway. So hang with us. We're going to do this quickly, Blue Box style. We got two things to do. One, you got to do Stream MVP. And I'm sorry we went long. We're going to raid into the final show. And by the way, I had no idea how this was going to turn out. The players really befuddled me with several actions. This was not what I expected to happen, which is why I love D&D. Well done, all. So First of all, each of you tell us why you should be Stream MVP. While you're doing that, I'm going to roll 5 times for possible winners of the grand finale giveaway, which is a Blue Box shirt and Blue Box mug, or this gorgeous Dragon Crafting Guild tray. Type !giveaway in the chat. And while I'm doing that, tell us why you should be Stream MVP. Let's start with you, Shorewin.
Indeed, Shorewin should be Stream MVP today for invoking Winston as we fought a very
epic.
terrible beast, and invoking him made us defeat that beast much easier. Also, I now have a cool shield with eyes.
Exactly. Type !giveaway. Now, again, don't get too excited when you see your name pop up. There are going to be 5 potential winners, and then we're going to settle it by old school D20. That's how we do it here at Blue Box. And so the first potential winner, roll it, is Pat66. All right, so he's number 1. That's going to be one option, and he's going to belong to Shorewin. Next, Gimbal, why should you be Stream MVP?
Well, Gimbal should be Stream MVP because he protected Shorewin from that shield. Notice it tried to attack Gimbal. But he protected Shorewin from it and then made it safe for him. And then he protected everyone from the flaming firewall by sticking his head through it and using he cast fire protection on the whole group when that 3-headed thing was attacking them. And he dropped it. And he found the chest, and he disappeared.
Exactly. Well done. All right, and so Satcher Scorn, that's Bill the Master Crafter. So you're rolling for him, Gimbal. He's also a sub. So all of our subs get 2 D20s instead of 1. Oh, by the way, last time I'll ask this. If you're watching today and you haven't followed, or if you're a follower and you haven't subbed, but you like watching DMs and players struggle and torture one another while we tell great stories, we have one question for you. What are you doing? Give us a follow. Give us a sub. All right, let's go to Lilith. Why should you be Stream MVP? You're muted.
Oh, Lilith should be Stream MVP for being muted. Just kidding. But for stepping on a rug very curiously, even though she was advised not to. And then having some brownie water, which is delicious.
Wow, that sounds like illicit drug activity on our show.
Yes. Being curious about Rufus's desk and what other things he might have in there. And also just being Lilith, being curious. Not knowing to wait, so shouting Azook, is that what it is?
Azulux. Yeah, Azulux.
And then pulling the lever.
The lever, so incautiously. That was great. Fantastic. So well done. And by the way, your brownie water does sound on that. It sounds like bong water. So you'll have the opportunity to roll. When we roll, you can't vote for MVP yet. You'll be able to vote for Stream MVP here in just a minute. We'll put up the poll. And by the way, that gives 500 experience points to whoever wins. All right, third potential winner today is Stellion TV. Stellion, are you still with us? You were on earlier. Let us know you're here. I've seen the other 2 already were on. We'll give that a second while we're waiting to see if Stellion is still on. If he's not, we'll re-roll for him. Brim, why should you be Stream MVP?
I should be Stream MVP because of my book reading glasses, trying to helm the party, and then finally getting a killing hit on one of the heads after so many sessions, and then I think that's about it. No. Yeah.
All right. Very good. So you have Stellion Lilith. He is here. And the fourth potential winner that you're going to roll for, thank you so much, Stellion. Well done, Brim. It was a good day today. I especially loved your role play, sort of waving your arms through empty air with your lost friend. Blaster looking for master. Redbeard, our next potential winner. Redbeard, are you here with us still? He's one of our OG followers. He's been all night tonight. I hope he's still on. Thank you so much, Canadian Ancient Gamer. Dude, thank you to you. You were such a huge supporter of the stream. You really have been for a couple of weeks. But really, again, tonight, like just huge. And we're going to give Redbeard a second, make sure he's still on. And while we're waiting, Millie, why should you be Stream MVP?
Well, I should be Stream MVP because Millie roleplayed her great disdain for the mage, who was showing quite a bit of bravado, like the mages.
So true.
The mages, and she continues to mistrust mages who like to boast on themselves quite a bit more than she believes that they might necessarily deserve. Also, by seeing the need to help her friends, and she supported by giving Brim the necklace. She helped Gimbal out from underneath the shield when it fell over on him. She grabbed the gauntlets for Shorwin. She also and all these gestures are things that you can tell she's starting to open up to these people and see them more as family. And also, let's see, the killing of one of the heads of the beast. And finally, the sleight of hand, keeping
the epic sleight of hand.
So
that was so, and just so everybody knows,
I should be streaming.
that's what she messaged me. She told me what she was trying to do. That's why I had her roll her check. I rolled a perception check, and so all of that worked out for her. Which again was not. I did not plan for Halia not to have that when she left here. So that was fantastic. Well done. And now going up to the poll. All right, it's up.
Poll's up.
You can vote for Stream MVP. I don't see Redbeard, and I'm sorry. I can't have someone stand in. I would love to, you know that, but you must be present to win, so we're going to have to replace that one. And next would be Grendelwolf's Lair. Grendelwolf's Lair, are you still with us? If you are, you will be eligible for our giveaway.
So if you want to vote in the poll, it's there's a little rectangular box at the top of the screen. Just click the little arrow and it'll drop down, and then you can vote for whoever you want to vote for. That's it.
And we're going to wait for Grendelwolf's Lair. While we're waiting for that, we're going to go ahead and roll for who so we're still waiting for Josh's. Now we're going to roll for who Millie's rolling for. Dirty Davy 13, a sub. He's been following us for just a little over a month and a half, or 2 months now. Dirty Davy, are you still with us? Oh, Grendelwolf's there. Good. So Josh, you've got Grendelwolf?
He's a subscriber.
And now we're just waiting to see if we still have Dirty Davy with us.
Is a follower.
Yeah, Grendelwolf's a follower, not a sub. So that's one die.
And then Dirty Davy, are you here?
Dirty Davy calling once, Dirty Davy calling twice. Do we have a Dirty Davy in the room? I don't mean like anybody named Davy. I just mean actually that one.
I could be Dirty Davy.
All right, so we're gonna have to roll again. So we have 4. We need one more. So our fifth potential. Oh, there he is! Oh, she is. Dirty Davy is a she. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yes.
All right. So we're gonna roll D20. Let's start off with you. You have Shorwin
at 66,
and he's a sub. Roll 2D20 for me. Tell me what you get.
I'm getting 16.
All right, you got a 16 for Pat 66. Still time to vote in Stream MVP. It matters to these players. Let's go to Gimbal. Gimbal, you're rolling for who?
I don't know. I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, that was way up there. It was the second one.
But I got a natural 20. I got a 20.
Well, that was anticlimactic. You got to know who you're rolling for. Who was that? Was it Bill? Was it Bill the Master Crafter? Bill the Master Crafter. Satra Scorn's got a nat 20. Ooh, that sets the bar high. All right, Lilith. Tell us who you're rolling for.
Stellian?
That's right.
Is that 1 or 2?
He's a follower.
Yeah, he's a follower, so that's 1.
Okay. 5.
5. All right, so we still have Bill the Master Crafter, Satra Scorn with a 20. Let's go to you, Brim.
Grendelwolf.
You got Grendelwolf.
Rolled outside. 7. Sorry, Grendelwolf.
7. All right, and then last but not least.
All right, I have Dirty Davy.
Let's go, Dirty Davy.
Come on, Dirty.
It's an 18 on the die.
Oh, so close. Let's everybody give a hand to Bill Satra Scorn. He's our winner. Now, Bill, type in the chat right now. You got to tell me, do you want the mug and the shirt, or do you want the Dragon Crafting Guild dice tray? Your choice. Type it in the chat, and let's see who wins the Stream MVP. It's Millie! Millie is our Stream MVP. Congratulations. Absolutely outstanding. Don't leave us. We're going to get ready to do our raid, our final raid on the virtual GreyhawkCon. As always, thank you to Jay Scott, Lord Gazumba. Thank you to all. He wants the mug and the sweatshirt. That shall be coming your way. Thank you to all of our fans, all of our thoughts. You guys were incredible today. I'm going to ask the players to hang on 1 minute for me after we raid. And the channel that we're going to raid, we're going right back to Jay on the wrap-up. Hey, Thanks, everybody. If you haven't followed yet, give us a follow. Support old school D&D. Support these great players. Pray for Gimbal. That's a hashtag that just keeps growing and growing here. And give all the support to this great community. Thank you to everybody. And we're waiting for the raid. I got to let it count down. Any final questions before we go?
Will Gimbal live?
Yeah, gosh. dang.
Everybody, give our
My question is, why Gimbal?
give our viewers one last round of applause, please. Thank you to all of the viewers.
Thank you.
You guys were incredible, and we are raiding now.
Thank you, Greta Wolf.
Bye. Oh, man. Okay. Is there any possible way